What the?
Take it slow, but it's not typical. He already knows that my love is hard. His heart was a stone, but then his hands round. I turned him to gold and took him hard. Well, I'll be a daydream. I'll be your favorite thing. We could be beautiful. Get drunk on the good life. I'll take you to paradise. Say you'll never let me go. Deep in my bones, I can feel you. Take me back to a time only we knew how to wait. We didn't see the wall, folks, but we were laying on the couch.
Yeah, sorry, Craig. I still haven't done it yet. YouTube in their wisdom. And I give them the middle finger.
She hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in from the fight. With wings reflect the stars that guide towards salvation. I stopped the young man on the way. Over the bond, some overground words, ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, the report is still of you. Wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right. Sure as Kilimanjaro rises like the necklace of the sanity. I seek to cure what's deep inside. When I know it's that I've become.
Now, I just got to say, the music I've been playing off that playlist is off YouTube, not by the owners, but other people that reproduced it. I've worked out in my mind where I made a mistake in the descriptions. I should have put in a little thingo which says that the music is not ours, it is, reproduced, and any royalties, anything like that, goes along to the owners, of which we have to perfect so we can copy and paste it for virtually every stream we do. I know I was pushing the limits a little bit, but that's me, and our loyal subscribers were having fun. So that's. I'm not going to go into who's who and up. That sometimes the copyright claims are not from the owners; they're for some arsewipe somewhere that lodges it. And YouTube policies. Realistically, this format of YouTube, the regulations on it are not a two-way street. It's a dictatorship. And I dislike it. So if anybody can suggest another format that we can broadcast on, we'd be more than welcome to, it upsets me when I can watch things and, we basically do something along the similar lines or whatever. But I'm not we're not the only ones. Everyone goes through the same thing. I know Steve's been pushing a few limits to see what you can get away with, what you can't, all of those kind of things. But me personally, I'd say, middle finger. But this is not my channel alone. We are a group of people with a common interest, which is what we want to produce and our subscribers. Welcome, Mr. Steve Perrin, Esquire.
These introductions are getting too big, Johnny. I can't live up to them. I've just come back, so I missed your explanation. I just caught the last minute or two. Was it a copyright strike? Do you suspect?
It will have been, but we're not monetized. So the 2 cents that they were in about, big deal, they go and fight over it. But the whole thing is the copyright strike is lodged by somebody that's not off Mushroom Records or fucking RCA or anybody. It's some bumfuck junction prick from Uganda or wherever.
I got you.
And that's
what you mentioned a different channel. The problem is YouTube has got such a monopoly on this, and the system works well. It works well with StreamYard. So it's really hard to change. But the platform everybody seems to be moving to is Rumble.
Yeah,
but it isn't so intuitive. It's a bit more clunky, and at the end of the day, the big problem is not everybody's on it. The thing with YouTube is everybody is connected.
Yeah,
that's the huge advantage I've got, and they know it. That's the problem.
Yeah, I put up the link of my channel, which if anything happens, we'll just fire that back up. We're not going to disappear. We won't be beaten down by the duology of chasing after 2 cents. We will always prevail. But the whole part about it, and plus it's a humble way of saying, sub to my channel, I need some subs.
Yeah.
I've got it.
I just want to put it on record. I was already sub, Johnny. But
I know.
yeah,
I know
it's a good point. And that's the frustrating thing. Everybody's in the same boat. You've got no comeback at all. I mean, I got on my channel, I got a policy violation. I've had a warning and a policy violation. The warning was for indecent material. And it was a video of Robin Thicke doing blurred lines with the topless supermodel. Can't remember what her name is, but absolutely gorgeous. And, you can go onto YouTube and see Brazilian waxing.
Yeah.
Close-ups of a vagina as it's been waxed and and you can see nude yoga. But a music video, which is very tasteful, no, that's gone. And then the second one, sorry, you carry on.
I was just going to say, this is, I know it in my mind. I'll talk to Andy about it, and we'll work out a description thingo which will give us somewhat some indemnity. Because realistically, what we play is for it's entertainment. It is for teaching, learning, all of those kind of things. So our music or our whatever is actually put out there or reproduced or put out there for the younger generations to appreciate.
Yeah, good point.
And the songs come from eras which influence the music due to people's feelings and what's going on in the world. Doesn't that sound like a friggin' politician?
It does, yeah. But I don't know if you were on when I said with my videos, I've downloaded about 70, 80 music videos. And 15% of the ones, this is sort of 70% of what I tried to download. 15%, no, sorry, it's 85%. 15% were just turned down straight away. This is copyright violation, you can't use it. I can't remember what's quite unusual songs, really, things that I wouldn't think were big hits, but they were, copyright violation. YouTube wouldn't upload it. About 15% went straight through without any trouble at all. No copyright issues whatsoever. The other 70%, I get a message saying there is a copyright on this this video. However, the user or the owner of the copyright allows its use on YouTube.
Yeah.
That seems to be the most normal.
I've had the ones where somebody's claiming their 2.5 cents, and you say, oh, well, they can have whatever we get, but I've never ever monetized. And these channels, progression from the global type of thing, has never ever been monetized. So it's always been the same thing. Well, if they want 2.5 cents, good on them. And when you actually go through to the ones that are making the claims, it's not the friggin' owners.
Right.
And that's what really shits me. Craig, hit the link. Come and talk to us. I could use some humor right about now. But, it's... I'm going to play a song, Steve. It's an Australian song from the Indigenous people.
Okay.
It'll probably get a whack on it, but what I can only say, it's actually promoting what's kind of going on. It's by Yotham Yindi. Unfortunately, the lead singer has passed. But it to bring cultures together to try and achieve common harmony. That's a fallacy anyway, but those kind of things. But you tell me what you think after I run this tune. I think you'll like it, Steve.
Okay, okay.
Back in 1988, all those corrupt politicians. Westside easy, Westside cheap. Much cheaper than a priceless land. But promises can disappear, just like writing in the sand. Free, yeah, free now, free, yeah, free now. This land was never given up. This land was never bought and sold. The planting of the Union Jack never changed style or at all. Now the rivers run their course, separated for so long. I'm dreaming of a brighter day when the waters will be one. Come on, free, yeah, free now, free, yeah, free now.
Now, I didn't play it all for possible reasons, but there's an Indigenous group talking about, when are we all going to be one?
Right. I have to say, for me, it was quite tricky to hear the lyrics. Now, it's probably my setup, but it wasn't 100%.
Oh, that probably was. I chose a reproduction that was not the name brand one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
If we come across anything, we can I'll type out that it's not the original. So I've gone paranoid, but not really. How's your day been, mate? How's your day?
I've got some. Hold on, let me just get rid of that a minute. Get rid of that. I've just been playing. Hold on, let me just open it up again. Right. Oh, it's been good. I've been on my own all day. We've had a new arrival in the family. My wife has become a grandmother for the second time. Oh. Little lad was born last night, 9:15. So of course today she's in hospital visiting the daughter and sorting out all the bits and pieces involved in having a new baby. Sounds pretty good, healthy wise. It's got a few problems, but they sound. I googled them and they sound like they're just quite common baby problems. It's sugar blood level is a bit low, and water in the bit of water. That was it. Sugar blood level low, bit of water in the lungs, and something's not quite right with the blood in it. It's not congealing properly, whatever that is called. But it's because that sounded quite worrying when my wife told me about it. But I looked it up, and it's very common in babies.
Johnny and Steve.
Say again?
There's Craig. Welcome.
Hello, Craig. Hello, mate.
There you go.
I'm glad
there you
you're
go,
here.
lad.
I was getting into boring family conversation, which is always a bad idea. So I'm glad you've joined us, sir.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I suppose realistically, we've all had children, and you know that not every one of them is born perfect. Actually, I don't think any of them are, but they think they are. But the whole part about it is alive, relatively fit and healthy after a few days, and a couple of bits and pieces. That child should grow into a healthy, strapping young lad, which will be a good thing.
Yeah, I always think it's about the support, Johnny, like around it, like the family ties. If you come from a half-decent family or even like not even a half-decent family, if you want to improve your child, keep doing it and change your ways to make your kids better. So,
yeah, well, that's right. At times, with what we're faced in the world with conditioning, and I mean this, if your children are grounded at home and they have proper values, they will learn to sieve out the bullshit and become wonderful bloody members of society.
So true. So true.
But any family having a child, it doesn't matter if it's the first, the second, or the fourth. It's the trials and tribulations of it, even though it's kind of old hat to what you've done. It's each child has got their own nature, their whatever, and one.
You've got to find the best in them. You've got to find the best in them as a child. You've got to find the best in them and make them excel at what they're good at, and then the rest of it they'll find on the way. Yet adults, on the other hand, Johnny, fuck me, man. I meet a lot of misfits every week. And I think, how did you get so fucking rich and wealthy and fucking still survive and you can't even fucking put on your fucking own shoes, you know? Sometimes I wonder, man.
Yeah, I know.
I scratch my head fucking 50 times a fucking week. Wonder why I'm bald. With the people I deal with.
Like there's no cure for idiocy.
Yeah, but mate, it's in your generation as well. Like still, like I see it every week. The questions they ask and shit like that, it's like, mate, are you serious? Are you just on Google and you expect this, or are you watching like what would you say, TV channels like The Block going, oh, yeah, mate, it'll be done in a week. It just doesn't happen.
Well,
it's all false pretenses.
It is. The thing is, I actually like watching The Block. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. But the thing is, if you want to throw 30 people into something and pay that kind of money per day, yes, you can have something done in a week.
Yeah, but will it last forever, Johnny? No, it won't, because things need time to cure.
You put your plaster up. For the Americans, they call it drywall.
Yeah, it's all the same.
But the whole part about it is the room's got to be at a decent temperature. So if you're in a vacant house, that means you're running heaters, which cost money. And you've got your cure times. Then you've got to sand it. Then you've got to put the next layer in. Then you've got to sand it. And then you just got to really top coat it. Then you put your primer on. It's not one coat painting. It's actually bloody 3 coats to do it right. The whole deal of it what they accomplish in a week is actually bullshit because it's more
all
than
falsified. It's all falsified nowadays.
Yeah, you know,
and people
it's
ask you, "Oh, you'll be out in 7 days." It's like, mate, are you fucking kidding me? This is what it takes, and this is really what it takes to last the next 60 years, not the next 6 years. I don't work on recall, like, oh, can you come back and fucking fix this again? I work on, mate, I'll give you something that's a product that'll last for a lifetime. Not all, you wouldn't say a lifetime, but like for as long as you're going to move there. If you've got money and you're going to flip this house in fucking 10, 15 years, move on. Like fucking, and let it be the next person's problem. Our warranty runs out and all the rest of it. So
isn't that an interesting one that on the television there's so many, especially shows coming from America and that. Yeah,
I watch these American flippers.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'd love to be a builder or whatever in America because their standards are so shit house, you may as well stand up a cardboard box and paint the bastard. Compared to standards here, Steve, I tell you what, not one of their buildings they'd all be condemned.
Right.
They only look good for the camera, mate. They only look good for the camera. It's like the block, mate. It only looks good for the camera. If you know anything about the block, Johnny, mate, I've actually visited something like in St Kilda back, what was that, 5 years ago or 3 years ago?
Yeah, that was when they did the Oslo building.
Yeah. Mate, that series had been done and dusted for fucking 6 months, and there was still like sight fences up and everything, and there was no one in there. And they were still going back and repairing like shit. Like,
yeah, well, in realism, it's what you see on TV is entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
The other part about it is, you know, like I don't mind Scotty Cam. You know, and to produce something like that, to get a whole heap of knuckleheads, you know. It's like walking around the supermarket and say, there's a dumb-looking pair, but they look good on camera. You know, she's got a nice ass and whatever, and he's pretty. Yeah, well, get him. Get them. Well, they're going to become builders.
I'm sure you've had a couple of beers with Scotty Cam at fucking Flemington or something like that, Johnny.
I actually met him once, but anyhow. But that, you know, that was in my heyday of contracting as well. But there was one bloke on the block, and as soon as I saw him on the block, I thought, "You've got to be effing joking! That piece of shit." I knew him personally. Yeah. I
actually thought about going on there with one of your mates. Like, he's a staunch motherfucker, but pretending we're gay. Mate, we'd all wipe the ass.
What do you mean pretending you're great?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
yeah. Me and Steve are on the pretending you're gay. We've seen you do that,
fellas.
We've seen you do the
keywords just to jive you up a little bit.
We've seen you do the ads delivering pot plants in your tutu.
just for an ignorant pommy, what is the block? We don't get it.
It's a TV show. It's a TV show about, like, you go in for like 6 weeks and you build a unit or build a house, or you refit a unit and a house, and there's 20 contractors that come in and help you out and all the rest of it. Do they have something in the pommy land? Are you pommy, Steve?
Yeah, originally. We have something similar where, what's it called? They buy a house or a property at an auction, and then they do it up over
like flippers,
whatever period it's going to be, 6 months, 12 months, 1 month, it can be whatever. And it's valued at the start of the project, obviously, because that's what they're paid for it. And the state agent gives a valuation as well, but state agents always, it's just bollocks. And then they value it at the end for what's the rental value of this place and what could you sell it for.
This is more of a high-end sort of flipper, like that. Right. They have a group of 6 or 8 that flip them. They all go in at the same time. They have challenges as well, like for donations through TV promotions and all the rest of it. So a little bit like that, but yeah, it's more high intensity. And right. It's more to put the people to the level of to see if they're going to survive or not survive as well. On doing it with stress breakups and all the rest of it. But it's repetitive because every year they bring back some of the old block or the old winners and they give advice and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, Johnny knows. Like, so.
It's really, Steve, it's get 2 people, take them away from their family, put them in a rundown shithole, where they can't be in tents or whatever until they can get stuff up to livable, right? And really, they think they've got an idea about building practices and procedures and all, and they've got no idea. So then we have the teary sessions, and they go, "Oh, poor little girl. Oh, yeah, and all this bullshit. And the blokes usually crack the shit. Just go, fuck you. What are you whinging about? You're looking after the budget and your stuff. It's all about what you can do for the money, and it's. I don't mind it because to me it's laughable. It's interesting, but I like some of the architecture bullshit, and I like to look at what some of them are doing. I don't know what drugs they're on, but anyhow, good on them. But
no, you've missed the whole point, Johnny. Their main job is to just do the painting, which I don't think any of these people could paint. That's why it takes so long to fix up. And they're there to do the interior design, chairs, tables, pot plants, and all the bullshit. Everything else is done for them. They're there to put their aspect on it, like what it looks like as, what would you say, an open house? You know, when you build a house and then you get someone in there for furniture design and all the rest.
Style. Yeah.
Yeah, stylist. Would you agree, Johnny, or not?
Oh, well, to a certain extent, but as far as finer points of, what kind of cove or what are you going to put a decorative cove up the top, or your plaster, or you're going to put this in or that in, or you're going to box it out, or all of those kind of things. It depends on budgets. It depends on what you want to produce, but at the end of the day, that one thing I do enjoy, they show some friggin' shoddy tradesmen too. And some of the bonuses in that last one,
mate, there's 9 out of 10 shoddy tradesmen in Australia, I tell you. Unless you find an Englishman or an Irishman, fucking mate, there's some good blokes there, they're good tradesmen. They're just not trade qualified yet in Australia.
Well,
they're too busy making money instead of.
I must admit, in my time, I had a fellow, and he was employed, kind of labourer type, whatever. And in England, he was a plumber.
Yep.
So we would on one of the jobs we were doing. I seen that there's a drain over there. We're going to need to cut out the concrete down, and move the drain across. And he said, "Well, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, you're a plumber in England." And he says, yeah, but I don't understand what you mean. And I said, oh, fuck him, hell. All right. I never had I worked with a few Irishmen, quite, you know, but I never had one working for me.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think that would have gone down well, me working with an Irishman. Really.
You might have picked up something. Like you might have picked up a little bit of their culture. Nice to have a drink after work, mate.
They think they have a drink. So it's fucking. They wouldn't know how to have a drink, but my grandparents were Irish. You know, that's in the bloodline. So, yeah. You know, there's nothing like you whack up a scaffold and you get it all done and you say, it's smoko now, and you crack open a stubby and a bit of fruitcake for smoko. Bloody beauty, mate.
Those days are all gone.
And, you know, yeah, but we never had anybody fall off a scaffold and get bloody hurt, nothing, because everybody was a crew. They worked together. They bloody just about lived in each other's pockets, you know. Nowadays,
when friendships, work relationships and friendships were like solid as, mate. So
I go down the line a bit and meet up with a mate of mine. We don't live in each other's pockets, but we started working together on a job, and I threw a scaffold plank at him because I told him he was a useless prick, but we've been mates since 1979, and we still meet up every few months, go to the pub, have a can of lunch together and have a few beers, and, you know, how's the family going and shit like that after all these years.
Yep. As it should
and
be.
The other thing is, other thing is if I answered the phone, it was halfway through the night and he said, you know, I need some help, I'd be straight there. You know, that's real mates, you know, and you know that to yourself, Craig.
Oh, fuck, mate. I know it, mate. I've got mates, like, I tell them about YouTube and they go, fuck that shit, mate, not interested. I go, mate, yeah, you fucking can get on there and shit stir and all the rest. They're like, not fucking interested. We'd shit stir you all day and fucking thing, and you'd be back and fro and all the rest of it. We all meet our own misdemeanors somewhere in life, so YouTube keeps me out of trouble, mate.
Well,
me too, Craig.
You know, like the thing is, YouTube can be good, it can be bad, depends on what your attitude is or what you want to get into. But I used to watch it, and I saw all these people spruiking advice and different things, which was bullshit. But the underlying thing is, you know, send us a couple of dollars and we'll you know, it was promo, it was bullshit, it was ripping people off. And I started my original channel and I was very hated for it because I destroyed their businesses, because free to air, there's your information, there's all your links, that's the paperwork, and this is how you sign, you know, all of that kind of shit.
Yeah, too honest for social media.
Yeah, I was an arsehole. I was labelled the arsehole. And the funny part about it is I took great joy out of it, because, you know, it's fine to put out a YouTube video. So I'm living here and look at my lifestyle and click the cat, you know, do this, do that, you know, come in spinners, stuff them. See, g'day, mate. AC, did you get onto that company to get that billboard put up?
No, Zeech is still working on the steel framework, mate.
No, the framework's there. The framework, he checked it out, mate. The framework's there, just come out of the airport.
No, I know Zeech, mate. He wouldn't let anyone else build the steel frame before the build went up, and fucking he had to get like this copy and paste fucking and all the rest, and PFD and DDR and all the rest of it on the computer for fucking, you know, what the logo was going to be. Mate, that cunt will still be there in 5 years' time before my billboard goes up.
The thing is, your billboard, Craig, your billboard, next trip you go over there, you will be the face of Manila.
No, you cunts too funny, mate. I tell you.
No, we're into it. We're working on it, and we're not bullshitting you, mate. This is income.
Mate, I'll actually pay for it. Like, I'll actually pay for it, and I'll get it up before you old cunts do, and even fucking Zurge, you know? Like, no offense, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming late. I've missed this conversation. I missed the joke about the billboard. But I bet they're not that expensive, you know.
They're not. They're not.
Yeah, I'm talking about the really giant ones that as you're going along the motorway, you can see, you know, like, I have no idea how big or... But I bet they're not that expensive.
No.
They're bigger than driving screens.
Yeah,
Steve? They're bigger than driving screens.
Yeah, we got that in Thailand.
As you come out of the airport in Manila, there's not a lot of billboards. You know, they're all, you know, for rent and all that kind of stuff. And me and Zeke said, well, righto, we'll get a picture of Craig and says, Craigie Poo says, welcome to Manila. And when you come around the back end of the sign, we had a surprise little logo for that one.
No, put on the bottom of it, toot for a hoot, Craig's available.
Yep, sounds good to me.
Now once it happens, I don't know if Zeke's going to get it done this trip, but I'm going over next year. So, well, you know, if the gauntlet needs to be picked up, I'll get it finished off. But we're going to set up a call centre. You know, the 1300 toot for a zoot or whatever, fucking Craig, and you know, and the whole deal of it. We're going to get it happening.
Nah, mate, I've already got basketball socks and everything with my face like logo pre-stitched into them and everything like that. You can't beat what I do already. So,
is that on that? Oh, that's on the sole of the foot.
Well, basketball shooters, mate. The 3-pointers, the slam dunkers, mate.
I can understand that, Craig. I can understand that. Instead of them designing a special grip for, you know, especially for basketball, they've got your face there, and they say that's better than a traction tire.
You're a fucking hard man, Johnny. I tell you.
I'm just reading. Can you see the chat, Craig? Can you see the chat, Craig? Zeke's just put up. They were so excited they gave me the first billboard for cost price. They can't wait for the Craigie Poos to adorn it.
Like I must have plaster or something on my hands, mate. It's not hitting the butt. Yeah, there you go. I'll do the left hand instead of the right hand, like fucking Zurge does.
Nah, you've washed too much the oil off your skin. That's why it's not fucking doing the shit.
All right. Thanks for the education there, Johnny. I've learned something today.
I was doing fucking concrete yesterday and fucking shit like that and all that crap. And I went to use my fucking phone. I ended up having to punch numbers in because, you know, with the concrete and fucking shit like that, and you know, washing the hands and yeah. Yeah,
you got to buy a tradie. You got to buy a tradie's phone, mate.
I've got a real tradie's phone, mate.
Yeah, I guarantee you.
It's the size of it. It's the size. It's the size of the. It's the size of a shoebox. Oh, you got the Tampax one for Craigie's face. Oh, well done.
I just read the comment and I'm like, what the fuck?
Well done, mate. Well done.
Do I have to turn sideways for that or?
No. The Tampax one and the other Dunny paper one, the Z's bloody got them lined up, and they're going to put the billboards up, mate. Bloody beauty. Bloody beauty.
So your concrete job yesterday, Johnny, was it a delivery of concrete, or did you mix it?
No, delivery
on site.
Delivery. Yeah.
And how many hands did you have smoothing it?
Me.
Just you.
Yeah, but the thing is, few neighbours, we all wanted, it was smaller jobs, not bigger jobs. So, you know, for some of the manual, you know, medial type tasks, the property owner, and now I'll just get in and just, you know, a bit more water there, it's, you know, a little bit wetter, that's all right. Give her a quick street over, righto, back down that driveway, down into that one. My job was the easiest of lot. I had a hole.
So Johnny, what are you doing? Are you laying tent slabs on concrete in a commune?
No, we're doing kind of driveway extensions and a bit of footpathy stuff, and it all came from I was going to get some concrete because I had a pier hole I wanted to fill up.
Oh, so you overcalculated. You only needed half a cubic, but you ordered 6.
No. On the original, I undercalculated. But the whole thing about it was it didn't worry me because half the hole was filled. I just wanted to top it off, which was, you know, a quarter of a metre. And the neighbour on one side, you know, he'd been pissing around and, I want to extend the driveway out here so I can move my car's not in the line of the driveway so that the wife can go in and out of the garage and, you know, that kind of stuff. And there was another older chap down across the road from that one that said, I've been going to get this footpath done. So we all got together. And I tell you what, Craig, the wastage of it when the barrel was rattling and he washed out was nothing. About 2 bits of stuff all. So my calculations were bloody right, but by the geez, as far as, you know, I got the short end of the stick, although I didn't get the short end of the stick because they paid for my concrete and I never charged them for nothing. And we just did it as a group, you know, which was good community stuff.
Nah, way to go, mate. Way to go.
That's how I grew up, Craig. That's how I grew up, you know. If you say, oh, we got to, you know, it's going to cost me $100 for delivery, you say to somebody else, well, do you need this or do you need, you know, and then you just share it. It's fine. That's the way, that's half smart.
Yep. No, I used to have a mate that was actually like a concrete driver. And he's like, mate, do you want like a fucking cube and a half of over? And I'm like, fuck, mate, I haven't boxed anything up. Mate, I could have run fucking driveways through my suburb and just screened it off and boxed it and fucking cut in lines and gone, express joints. But too busy doing other shit, mate, to fucking worry about saving a couple of $100 for that sort of stuff. But
like the funny part about it is the fella that's running the batch plant. I used to work with him. And he came in as a trainee to do a specific job. And I actually was a part of his training and, ongoing stuff. The fella that delivered the concrete is actually, basically, the niece's father-in-law type of thing. So it turned into a fucking family event.
yeah. Well, so like Serge's saying, it's a pass on of goodwill. As long as your friends are looked after and like it's all paid for, why not just flick it around? And you never know. Like you never know if someone else is going to do a goodwill return to you. If not, who gives a flying fuck? You're probably rooting their daughter or their wife on the side being Fletch like Zerge. So
the thing is, I could have got my concrete for nothing because I only had to go down to the batch plant and say, can you, if you got about a quarter of a metre over, just give us a yelp. It didn't matter what day or anything like that. It was just throw it in the frigging hole. But when I we were just talking about it, the other bloke said, "Oh, look, I wouldn't mind doing that." So, the three of us got together and we kind of dug out and whatever, got his bloody mesh down, and then across the road the other one. And as far as my job, they buried the concrete. I just screwed it off and just spun it up, stipple finish on their stuff, and see you later. And I will admit I was a little bit drunk when I came home.
Nah, that's like all concrete is, mate. After half a day, fucking a hard day's work, a couple of beers afterwards, they enjoy, mate, and fucking off they go.
But like
on domestic stuff anyway.
It's the one. The one thing about it when I used to have the company, and that there was nothing for us to do 100 cubes a day. But that good, and only
that's a decent side pad, mate. That's car parks and all the rest.
No, that was in buildings. So we used to build food processing and stuff like that. So,
you're a lazy cunt. That's all pumped in and all the rest of it. You're a lazy cunt, mate.
No, we'd run the trucks inside the fucking shed. We never used a concrete pump. Actually, the last job I did on a place, we had a line, a chain line, and buckets. It was in a prick of a spot. The whole deal of it was only 4 meters, but levels were all over the joint. 200 different levels and flows down to drains and all over the place. But it was all bucketed in. It was probably the easiest job I've ever done.
You use a water level or a dumpy there back in the day, mate?
I used predominantly. I use water, a water level.
Yep.
And I still do.
That's why you like Asia so much. You can watch them building. They still use like water levels and all the rest of it. Yeah. So, on my experience, anyway.
I've got laser. Sorry, Steve.
No, I was just going to agree. Yeah, I've seen them use it, and it's so basic and so simple, and it's so precise.
It is.
It's 100% spot on, Steve.
Yeah.
The thing is, it
most
doesn't
people,
matter if you're providing you've got you can talk to another the person at the other end to say, is that on your line? You can be a kilometre away, and the hose can be going up and down and all whatever, and you get up, oh, that's the height I want, and it will be because water finds its own level.
Right.
Specific gravity.
Flat Earth, mate.
Well, it is. The Earth is flat. Didn't you know that? Unless you're going downhill.
Can I just tell a bad taste joke before we get off this thing? You'll be able to guess the punch. You'll be able to guess the punchline from what we've been talking about. But how do you get?
If you didn't, I'd be disappointed.
Bob,
if you didn't, I'd be disappointed.
How do you get all the Mexican males out of the wedding reception?
Tell them they're buying.
Nah, tell them the concrete's here.
Say again.
The concrete's here. The concrete's been delivered. The concrete's here.
Okay.
Because I've seen that happen. I've seen big places being laid, and everybody sort of moves off whatever little job they're doing to help out level the concrete.
Yeah.
I think you packed up the punchline there, Steve.
Did I fuck it up a bit? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
What should it be?
All right, mate. We understand you, Mr. Steve.
I'm only an amateur at this. I don't. What's happened to Brad Pitt?
I
know Bobby Crush is still around because I was watching something and he was just as funny as always. But I haven't seen Brad Pitt for a while.
Oh, I think he got
overbaked. He was my favourite.
I think he got overbaked, mate.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
No. Fletching's urge put in and I don't want to just look at me, but what levels are too complicated for creepers? Things that have numbers and letters in them, mate. I've got no idea.
Well, see, come on. It's the afternoon. I haven't had me granddad's afternoon nap. I've come on to be a part of the first live stream we've done under Zounds. So, look, I'm not going to be up to my usual high quality of jokes. I apologise, sir. I'll
pick up the marksman, mate.
I'll try harder. Yeah. It's better when I'm well, no, I have more fun when I've had a few beers. But as we all know, I then start shouting too much. So it's probably better that I'm just a quiet bad teller of jokes in the afternoon.
See, that's a bit harsh. Steve is trying. I know, very trying. Yeah, but he's trying. He's trying. Concrete
is
a
lull in the conversation, isn't it? But I think it's a great joke. I really think that's a great joke. Now, obviously, I might not have told it right.
Would you want to have another go at telling it?
You could probably aim it at the Irish or whatever as well. The Irish, it would be the tarmacs here. But if ever you watch people work, that's what happens. I actually haven't done it myself. I am rubbish at concrete. I am too stingy. I don't put enough of the concrete mix into the
water
mixture. Yeah, the water and the sand and the gravel or whatever you like to call it. I always think, oh, well, that looks all right. And my wife honestly knows better. Let's try to pronounce. She knows better how to do it.
Steve,
I think I'm just mean. I'm just mean.
What you just said, it's more better.
More better.
Oh, look, don't pick me up. Look, it's been a long day.
No, I'm on the piss, mate. I understand you.
Yeah, it's better. Let Craig. I think we understand each other. It's better. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always going to be all right. It's always going to be all right until next week.
Yeah.
She'll be right, mate. Don't worry, Cobber. She'll be bloody right.
Yeah. Well, Johnny knows the old sayings. She'll be right, mate. And don't worry, it still goes on to today, mate. She'll be right, mate. Don't worry about that.
Don't fucking worry about it. It's Friday. Come on, we'll go down and have a counter. She'll be fucking right. We'll get it later.
Yeah, you got to worry when they say it on Monday. She'll be right, mate. And then by Friday, when everything cures or everything's done or whatever, fucking what's the issue? Who's paying who here? She'll be right, mate. I'm not paying your invoice.
Yeah, who's fucking paying and who's in the zoo, cunt? Come on.
It's a fun. Mate, it is. It's worldwidely. Like, I think the whole tradition of work in these modern day people, it's the same attitude. You need to find a couple of old school blokes, which are hard to find. They're 1 in a million. It's a
they're dead.
Yeah, and everyone's living. Yeah, you're right, Steve. Everyone's living off the back of that bloke that told the story. Mate, I was the greatest, and I did this, and I did that, and he actually did it, and everyone else thinks that they're just like him.
Well, you're not talking wrong, Craig. I've got a buddy who's made a really good living simply as a painter and decorator. But he's a very, very, very good painter and decorator. He's 80 years... to explain how good he's done, he's got a lovely house in Bournemouth, which is a really nice area of England. And he's got 3 houses in France. 2 he rents out, and 1 he uses as a holiday home for him and his sons. His wife, unfortunately, died from cancer a few years ago. But this guy is 80 years old. He still gets work.
Exactly.
People plead with him.
Mate, I got a plumber. Steve, I got a plumber that lives up the road from me. Mate, the bloke must be 80 and he's still employed, and he's got one of the most prestigious houses where I live.
Yeah. Yeah, I can well believe it.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Like this old cunt, mate, like fucking, we used to talk about spanner crabs and all the rest. Since Luce is back and all the rest, like, mate, fucking amazing bloke in society. He's got his son, he's got his nephew employed, but it's him that made the business. And the old fucker's still going, mate. He's still working. Still drives around in an old tradies ute with his fucking this and that. Old school, mate.
Well, my buddy, the painter and decorator I'm talking about, it doesn't need to work at all. He invested wisely. He's got plenty of cash, but he does help people out. Old customers. He'll help those. How long do you think he calculates to paint a room, a normal 12 by 12 room, 12 by 10 room?
It'd probably take you about 3 minutes to calculate.
Only a couple of hours.
20 minutes. When he's pricing a job, he does it 20 minutes. Now, that surprises me because I would have thought the cutting in would take at least that. Maybe the cutting in bit is on top of that. I don't know, but no, he said, 20 minutes. It took me a week to paint the first house I built here, the outsides. He said I'd have done that in a day.
No, he's giving you a random on like a perspective of painting like multiple rooms, not one room.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. And he did come out with a really good joke. He said, I saw my accountant the other day, and the accountant says, well, Brian, he says, it looks from what you're showing me here is that you've lost money on every job you've done so that you don't have to pay any taxes. And Brian said, yeah, that's right. And the accountant says, well, I don't understand it. How do you live? He says, well, that's what it seems is. I do lots of jobs. Oh, look, I like it. But nobody else does. I'll tell you one more. The other line he used to come out with was, because obviously people must do this to paint and deckers all the time. You've missed a bit. I haven't missed it. I just haven't got there yet.
Actually,
right, I'm going to shut up. My afternoon comedy routine is just falling through the sinkhole.
I don't know.
I blame the audience, really. I'm not playing this gig anymore. Sorry, Johnny.
Yeah, before they bought in spray guns to paint shit and all the rest of it, and they don't give a fuck attitude. Most of the painters and decorators were gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a punchline.
No.
I haven't known any gay painter and decorators.
Oh, okay. But painting was a punishment. If you had to paint something, it was like you were being punished.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why in Thailand it's very difficult to get a painter to come and work. I mean, I've got a little man who does all my sort of odd job work, building work. He can do anything. He can't paint to save his life.
Yeah, so he's not gay.
No, but I'm always suspicious of most Thais. No, I'm joking. They smile at me in a gay way. Let's put it that way. No, I'm joking. He's a lovely man. I retract that statement in entirety.
Yeah, that smile and say, you probably can't. I'm going to fuck you over. It's going to take 3 days. I'm going to sit only take 1.
Yep. Right, I'm going to have to try and find myself a drink. I obviously can't perform without any alcohol.
Well, you better.
I've got a. Well, look, my wife did promise me that she would bring me beer home by 3 o'clock.
Well, it's after that now.
I know. And look, just because he's got a new grandson, surely my beer comes first. Priorities.
Well, I meant to say you can rip the top off a bottle, but you can't rip the top off a grandson. They might get upset.
That's true. But no, it's I'm disappointed. I will have a few words with her later.
Right,
beer delivery.
Can you take that? We'd love to hear it.
No,
that'd be great content. That'd be great content.
No. I told you I fell over, didn't I, when I was in Pattaya last week, and the time before, not this week. And
you floated. You last time
fell on my nose.
Yeah, the time
I fell on my nose. Yeah.
Yeah, you floated down the fucking the sidewalk.
Yeah. The time before that, we had the floods. Right, yeah, in fact, I was lucky. I got away unscathed because I was there this week on Tuesday. But yeah, the time before that, I fell over a sleeping policeman, a road hump, and fell on my nose.
Oh.
Nose and my ears and my knees. And my nose bled like you would not believe.
A pilot would be bloody happy about that. A perfect 3-point landing.
Well, yeah. Oh, I wish I'd thought of that. I could have told that story much better. I did a crash landing. Yeah, honestly, Johnny, though, the image you're describing was exactly what happened. And to this day, I don't know why I didn't think to put my hands out. You know, when you're a kid and you fall over, that's why you're always getting grazes on your hands. You fall over, you instinctively put your hands out, and you just get a few grazes on your hands. I just fell over like I'd been shot. And,
What, Steve Perrin about 7 years older than you, Johnny?
70 years older, did you say?
Yeah, you've got something to look forward to.
No, I think we're fairly close. I'm 65, going on 66.
So he's an old bugger. Yeah, all right. Moving
what
right
are you,
along.
Johnny? What are you, Johnny? You're about the same, aren't you?
Exactly.
No, Johnny's not good at digits, mate. So don't worry about it.
Right, I'm just going to mute myself while I try and find some alcohol in this godforsaken world. Back in a bit.
Well, if all else fails, there's always the white out. Old Spice.
That's all long gone, mate. That's all long gone. That's only legendary status for the young fellas, mate. That the grandpas tell us about.
Go to Bunnings and grab some methylated spirits.
Oh, you're one of those fuckers on Sundays when all the tradies go there and there's fucking 50,000 other fuckers lining up, destroying our lives Mondays.
Yeah, but when you get to the cash register and you got the 2 bottles of metho, Craig, you say, by the way, you don't have any cool ones, do you?
Oh, I don't want to get into those. I don't want to get into those jokes, mate. But not my style. And methylated spirits, I'll tell you that you buy from Bunnings is about 90% water, 10% methylated spirits, mate. So
yeah, anything you get from Bunnings is watered down, or it's got a little bit of who flung dung in it, or yeah, it's fucking crap. I have found some very good products at Bunnings, but not a lot.
Name one. And don't tell me it's in the cleaning products.
No.
For your old age, mate.
There is. Now I'll get into that in a minute. In the like scrapers and stuff like that section. But like I normally buy brand names, Stanley, stuff like that.
Yep.
Irwin, which is a Chinese buyout of all the rest of the brands we used to have, but as far as
Irwin's actually a good brand, mate. It's actually not a bad, mate. I'll actually show you, like live now. Irwin just got I think flicked from Bunnings. Don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
You can see? What was that one? From $8.90 to $2. Mate, I've got heaps of them. This one here, multi-pack. Like every tradesman should have one. Sizes from fucking 10 to 24.
what do you call those bits, Craig?
Spade bits.
What?
Spade bits.
Spade bits. Oh.
What do you call them in Victoria? But that's $15 instead of $31.48.
Now the one thing I've got shitloads of spade bits, but I sharpen the frigging things.
Oh, mate, fucking for that price, why would you bother? And if you've got that technical skill, fucking there, Johnny, that you can actually sharpen those to perfection, at that price, buying them half price, why not just buy them and fucking throw the fuckers away? Or put them in a Balabagan box and send them overseas and let them sharpen them and fucking start a new life. They'll give you the greatest thing going. Fuck me, mate. Like that's unreal.
I remember the first time I took spade bits, which were Irwin. Total Tools were had a bit of a sale on, and I bought up a bit and took some stuff over to Thailand to a few people, and was a your normal range spade bits up to an inch, and they went, wow, these are wonderful. You know that they because they're either using pretty well used augers. I've still got auger bits.
I still got auger bits, mate. They're the best ones to go.
But Granty, I know
only if you've got a bit of wrist action going on, like strong wrists, you can use an auger.
Well, I think we've got Granty in the chat who's striving for a comment. And what you just said, strong wrist action, that Granty's good at that. He uses a reverse auger. He uses a reverse auger because he doesn't like a remount. Tony, g'day, buddy. How you doing? But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things, Craig. I grew up with. I'd learned how to sharpen drill bits and all that. So I used to, I used to get my hand saws every Friday and sharpen my hand saws.
Yeah, I've done a bit of that. But most of the saws nowadays, once they go blunt in Australia, you just send them away and buy a new one.
Yeah, but like the old distance, because you could play a real good tune on a distant. But the thing is, the company I worked for, 2 hours on a Friday was for tool maintenance.
Oh, nowadays, mate. Nowadays, it doesn't work like that.
Well, the whole part about it was we took our toolboxes home on the weekend and we went to the pub for the fucking 2 hours because it was just after lunch and very close to knock-off time.
All right. Liking that story, Johnny.
The whole part about this, we there was no such thing as falling down because of bullshit reasons of whatever in a crew. If the work was happening, it friggin' happened, and it was really if anybody was bludgeon on the crew, they were dealt with very hastily. If you come in the morning, you kind of say, I got a bit of a flu, fellas. Yeah, no worries. You go and do that, and you're right. So a lesser pressure side,
Yeah, a good manager knows how to deal with these good workers.
Yeah. Where did Craig go? I just had to answer the door.
Know.
I just had to answer the doors.
What did the door say to you? No, joke. Bad joke.
No,
I'm distracted because I'm watching Cheap Charlie on the TV at the moment.
Well,
I think he's off to the train station.
No, he hasn't got rear-ended again.
No. Oh, you saw that? God, just shows you, doesn't it? The appeal of Cheap Charlie. That 2-minute video got more views than anything else I've ever put on the channel.
Well, there's a lot of people who wanted to shaft him, and when they thought he got rear-ended,
when they saw it, yeah.
G'day, Jess. Welcome back. Ah, dear.
Easy. We've been back for at least
1 hour and 22 minutes.
Yes, and 12 seconds. So where were you?
Yeah, we need a note. Hey.
Actually, that 1 hour and 21 hour and 23 minutes. Bleeding hell.
Went quick, didn't it?
Is that flying by for you as well?
Yeah, 1 hour 24 and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And our other stream was 2 hours or whatever. Just a bit over 2 hours.
So yeah, these people who say they do 12-hour streams, it's easy. Only feels like a couple of hours. No, I'm joking completely. I'm a big fan of Cheap Charlie. To be able to wander around all day talking aimlessly to people, I think is much harder than it looks.
Well, I'd say yes, but if you got nothing better to do, well, fine. It's not half hard. But
I can do it. Oh well.
I've got a real life too, so that kind of thing don't happen.
Well, all he's got to talk to is the chat. I've tried that. I think I've done about an hour where I've just been talking to the chat, sat out. But even then, I've sat out by the pond here, and I've been talking about the birds and the wildlife and stuff like that. So I've had something to talk about. But that's it. About an hour, and nobody's joined the pattern. I've had enough of this. So I couldn't do the sort of 12-hour streams he does.
Jess, we'll put this up on the screen. Mr. Perrin shit canned it.
What was that?
Read the chat. I got it on the screen.
I can't see on them. Just wondering, Johnny, whatever happened to the naked beekeeping theme? Well, yeah, Johnny's. Are we talking the same thing, Johnny? Your idea for the logo, the new logo, or am I on a different track?
Similar along those lines. So I said to Jess, if you grow your channel, you could do the naked beekeeping, and then really grow your channel,
Well, obviously, Beezy, it was high on Johnny's mind because we all sort of put in our lame attempts at graphic design to produce the Zounds new logo. Johnny's looked very much like a bee on a flower. So you were in his mind. I'm not sure whether you were clothed in his mind or naked. I can't say, but you were definitely in his mind. Well, it just looked like a bee on a flower.
actually, it was abstract art. It was a woman taking a shit on a beach underneath a coconut tree, and Steve said, "Oh, that looks like a bee landing on a flower." I thought, I've actually reached my pinnacle of my career as abstract art.
Yeah.
Because what I thought
the weird thing about honestly, BZ, that was my favourite choice. For a long time, it was only when Z came up with his work of art here that we sort of discounted the bee on the flower. But that was Johnny will back me up here. It was my favourite, wasn't it, Johnny? For a long time, because it was so simple, it was so easy. Back me up, Johnny. I'm not talking bollocks, am I? He's not saying a word now.
I'm not saying a word because I'm being yapped at.
All right.
The wife has got home and said, "I got orders for eggs tomorrow." You know the usual shit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I get exactly the same. You got to pay the water bill. Well, you don't know what it is.
Yeah. Easy company. Block or blue ink. Your poison.
Name your poison.
Yeah. Well, you're talking to the wrong bloke to make demands out of. Suffer like your undies do.
You're a funny old cut, fucking Johnny, I tell you.
Why is that, Craigie piece?
Fucking go easy on that, mate. Fucking all out fucking arm wrestle you and fucking nail you like you wouldn't know tomorrow.
Oh, I doubt that very much, Craig. I think your ambitions and your abilities are mixed up.
No, there's an overthrow there, mate. There's an overthrow there. But I like you old blokes, actually.
That's very nice of you, Craig.
I will be.
Mate, I'd settle down. I don't know if I'd have coffee with you, but I'd have a beer with you.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I'm not inviting him. I'm not inviting him. Are you, Johnny?
Yeah, Craig's welcome to come down and have a beer with me. Not a problem.
I'm joking. Of course I would.
When we get the new house done, Craig, you're bloody welcome. Bring the missus, the kids down, and fucking stay a couple of days. Have a look around the area. Not a problem.
Fuck me, there's an option there going. Are you close to the surf, mate? My kids like the beach.
Well, they're going to have to walk 100 kilometres. We can take them out. We can take them out the dam and drown them if you like.
A good chance with that, mate. They might actually take you deeper than what you thought.
Oh no, I don't. I must have a little bit of pom in me. I don't like water.
It goes with the suntan, mate. As a Victorian.
Yeah, and some of the other relatives were going.
That's all right. My kids mix well, mate. So do I.
Yeah,
I'll keep you on a truck stop, mate. I'll keep you on the truck stop, mate. So.
Well, and I'm not joking. Down here. The Trow Valley, and especially this part of it, you had Walhalla, you had Tangel Township. There was big numbers of gold that was pulled out of there. Big numbers.
Back in 19 or 1876.
Well, they keep on opening one mine, but the water keeps on beating them and they keep on killing people. But, that's gold hunting in general, isn't it?
Yep.
But no, I've still got it in the file bank. I didn't upload it. I did a video up of Walhalla. Yeah. Yeah, very, very rich area, but, it's typical mountainous terrain in a valley. There's a lot of wonderful stories of what happened in the colonial days up through there. There's one lady,
Mate, I've only found fool's gold in the creeks here. So.
Yeah.
Like sort of so.
Mica. They call that mica. Which is actually funny because I knew a family that were called Micas, and they were fucking fools too. Anyway,
we had something in England made out of it. You just needed to get a few pieces of it put together. You made Formica.
Ah, there. Was that on level
That's
playing
actually
field?
a laminate brand that came here in the 80s, mate, Formica. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Craig, that was an attempt at an off-the-cuff joke. Look, it didn't hit the target.
I'm
didn't hit the target, but it was quite clever. Yeah, we had to say.
I've had 10 glasses of beers there, Steve. So.
Craig,
yeah, we had to say, Craig, in the 80s, Formica was everywhere. Formica tables, Formica worktops, Formica everywhere.
Yeah. With the laminate.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad stuff, actually. Pretty durable. Pretty bloody durable, in fact.
Thank you, Mr. South. I'm glad I've got somebody in the audience with a sense of humour. Hold on. Oh, we've got...
South must have just taken his medication.
Yeah. We've got the sexy bots coming in.
Oh, not for much longer.
I've never hit these, and I should admit to this. But did you see what? It would be sort of indirectly talking about another channel. But another channel put a link up. Don't need to say which one. Another channel put a link up for their StreamYard link, and the StreamYard link was the gay porn channel.
Ah.
I can never delete what I saw.
Yeah.
But I thought it was quite funny. I thought it was funny and bad in the same way.
But look, this shit's the bot stuff. Anyone that's live or whatever, they just go bang, bang, bang. The whole part about it, when are they going to get the people that are actually doing it are from third world countries, and every time they click a button, it goes to a register, and they get paid 2 bits of fuck all for doing it, and they'll just sit there all night because it's probably easier than digging fucking post holes.
Yeah. By the way, Johnny, while I think about it, that recommendation I think it was made by Oz gave for that ad blocker, absolutely brilliant.
I was the one that gave it. He seconded.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. It doesn't slow anything down, and I haven't seen an advert ever since I downloaded it two, 3 nights ago.
Yeah, perfect. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Why would you pay for premiums and all the rest of the shit so you don't see their shit when there's the rival company, which is hand in hand, offers an ad blocker that it's like, tongue in cheek, isn't it?
Yeah. No, absolutely. Let's face it, as you get older, you're always a bit cynical about these things, and you could tell by the way I went, yeah, right, I'll try it. But as you may not be aware, I do watch a little bit of YouTube.
Oh look,
And,
I do go around to see what's the animals at feeding time too.
Yep. I have not seen one advert at all in all that time. And what surprised me was there's no delay. I thought there'd be delay while it sort of sorted itself out. But no, straight into the video. And I looked at videos that are massively funded. You know, you're watching, as Andy said, 24 seconds of adverts before you're allowed to see the 5-minute video you want to watch. But no, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, they are, Connor. I think I've had bad experiences, but I've used ad blockers that probably weren't so good. But the one that I don't even know, what's it called? Ad block plus.
ABC.
Ad block plus. Yeah, it is absolutely brilliant. And I thought ad block would start sending me things, you know, become a premier member, pay for this, or I haven't seen anything like that so far either. So they're not trying to sell me anything, and I don't get anybody else selling me anything. So perfect. Thank you, sir. Ad blockers are awesome. I have ad blockers on all my devices. So, yeah, I suppose I should do it on my phone as well. But I think it may even transfer over. Don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'll just ask Mr. South. It used to be like that in Thailand, Mr. South. That you 5 seconds and you could skip it. During the last month or two, you can't do that anymore. There's a few where you can skip it, but there's lots where you have to watch 2 15, 12-second adverts before you can move on.
Yeah, I actually got to, before I did that ad blocker thing, I got to the stage, channels that I used to like, you know, they'd monetize, whatever. There'd be that many ads that I just unsubscribed to get stuffed. If you're that hard up for a quid, go back to where you come from. Stuff, you know, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Because I used to have Fuck Off Friday. With different, you know, through the week you'd be looking at something and you go, oh yeah, we'll have a look at that channel, you know, and then, like I say, come to Friday.
I like that quote, Johnny. I like that quote. Fuck off Friday.
Yeah,
I do.
And I just go through and clear up my browsers.
And I'm at that point, mate. Like, nice to talk to you, blokes, and all the rest.
What he really means, I'll just translate. He's saying, "Fuck off, you two. I've got better things to do than listen to you two old farts who don't know anything about Adelaide concrete." I know. We got used to
nothing like that, mate. Nothing like that. I'm not a detective. I'm not a dictator or anything like that. I'm a nice old soul, mate.
Well, look,
still a young bloke, mate.
You must like this channel because you've come on with a shirt on. So you're giving us the utmost respect.
I've got so much banter before. I've got muscles. I've got, well, Johnny won't call it that, but yeah, I've got muscles and all the rest.
I don't know what you want to do.
Mate, and you're actually nice blokes and all the rest.
You know, we lose half the female audience when you put a shirt on. And Avery never comes on if you've got a shirt on.
And then when you open your mouth, we lose the other half.
What?
I want to hook up with that chick. Who's that chick that you're talking about?
No, all of them, Craig. I mean, look, we've got Karma still here. But now all the other women have gone because they came on, heard you were here, saw you had a shirt on, and they've gone off to do something more interesting.
Yeah, they've gone to sleep. You put them to sleep, Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck, mate. I've had a couple of beers. And I'm ready to go out for dinner, Johnny. So,
no,
mate, I'm out.
thanks for coming along, and thank you for your support, Craig.
Always a pleasure,
likewise, mate.
Hey, you're always welcome here. You're good entertainment. You're a good guy. Take care, Blue.
All right, cheers.
Right,
you.
Say fuck off now. Fuck off.
I've overcome that culture. So, Johnny, like you,
night,
leave you.
Good night, mate.
Same with you, Steve Perrin. Okay. Mate, if you could actually be an Australian, you might be all right. So, yeah, fuck off to you as well.
We're trying to train him. He's in training.
Well, I'm nearly there. I'm only about 4,000 miles away, so it's not too bad.
Enjoy Thailand, mate. Enjoy life.
I will.
And if that Fletching Zurge comes back, you know what I got for it? You know what I got for it?
You fucking Zerk. Go on. What you got?
The Fickle Finger of Fate Award.
or this one. Can't say it, but yeah. All right.
I don't know if he's got a dog or not.
I didn't have a shoelace on that finger, like on the pinky finger, Johnny. So yeah, all right. You're too cheeky for me, fucking old Johnny, man. Fucking like, mate, I can give the best of it, but I'm half done, so I'm out. But enjoy your young fellas, and yeah, be good, be safe, enjoy, mate.
You too, buddy. Take care.
Likewise, bud.
Well, there you go. Well, Oz is welcome to come along. Always welcome to come along.
Yeah. Maybe. I'll reserve judgment.
Oh well, you know you've got to make your judgments on what you see and what you hear.
Exactly.
What was
and
that
the
song?
benefit of Alzheimer's is that I forget what happened yesterday anyway, so we're okay.
That was a Buddy Holly song, Steve.
Go on.
Maybe, baby, I'll have you. Maybe, baby, you'll be true. Maybe, baby, I'll have you for me. It's funny, honey, you don't care. You never listen to my prayers. Maybe, baby, you will love me someday. Well, you are the one that makes me glad, and you are the one that makes me sad. When someday you want me, well, I'll be there, wait and see. Maybe, baby, I'll have you. Maybe, baby, you'll be true. Maybe, baby, I'll have you for me. Well, you are the one that makes me glad, and you are the one that makes me sad. When someday you want me, well, I'll be there, wait and see. Maybe, baby, I'll have you. Maybe, baby, you'll be true. Maybe, baby, I'll have you for me. Maybe, baby, I'll have you.
Ah, dear, oh dear. Easy company. Your wish is my command, if you like.
What was the relevance to what I was saying about Alzheimer's makes me forget stuff? And I'm joking, look, just in case, I know these things are, I haven't really got Alzheimer's.
You kind of said, well, oh, maybe, and maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just went, yeah, that's a song I remember. Bingo.
Johnny, I think you are far more creative than you imagine. Your brain goes off at angles, doesn't it?
It's called tangents, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
The whole part about it, and that's the pleasant part about conversation. You can start talking about one subject, and somebody will say something, and it'll jog something in your memory, or whatever, or tickle your fancy, and then what you were talking about 3 minutes ago is not what you're talking about an hour later. Because you've gone through a full spectrum.
Calm, are you sure, Steve? Hold on, I can't even remember. Oh, am I sure I haven't got Alzheimer's? No. But the reason I talk about it is my dad did have it, quite moderate to quite severe, and I suspect I'll probably get it at some stage. But at the moment, I'm okay. And I'm joking, sort of tongue-in-cheek. I genuinely don't think I've got any mental problems at all. Many would disagree, but I think my memory is nowhere near as good as it was when I was a young man. I can remember dozens of telephone numbers off by heart without even thinking about it. Now, if I get an OT, what's it called? A one-time password, OTP, one-time password code of 6 numbers. I can't remember what those 6 numbers are when I put them into the banking app or whatever it is I'm using. So yeah, did you find that, Johnny, or could you? If I gave you 6 numbers, could you remember them? Oh, Johnny's gone. He's so. Fuck you, Steve. This is a horrible conversation.
No, I'm talking away, and I've got the frigging microphone turned off. Because I'm waiting for the jug to boil to make a cup of coffee. But
I thought you were talking to your wife again. No. Only joking.
The one thing about it. Look. I'll be honest. I'll have a screwdriver, and something else will take me, and I'll walk around, and where the hell did I put that? And instead of doing so, I'll look. That's why I've got about 30 or 40 screwdrivers when I can find them. But that's why I
get so pissed off when somebody goes into my workshop and moves stuff around or doesn't put it back. Because there's nothing worse than not being able to find the thing you've got that's not in the place that you left it. God, we are sounding like 2 old men, Johnny.
Well, we are. We've got a request in the chat, Steve. Do you think we should?
What's that?
For Karma.
What's the chat? The request is fuck off.
No. Elvis. You want an Elvis?
Can you do Elvis?
I wasn't a fan of Elvis, but
no, and most of them are quite hard to sing. normal idiots like me. Ah. In a trap. I can't go back. Because I love you too much, baby. What can I say? What you doing to me?
When you don't believe
the word I say.
We can't go on together with
suspicious minds.
And we can't build our dreams on suspicious minds.
You'll go, Johnny.
I thought I'd say hello. Would I still see suspicion in your eyes? Here we go again, asking where I've been. You can't see the tears I feel I'm crying.
We can't go together with suspicious minds.
And we can't build our dreams on suspicious minds. Oh, let our love survive. I'll dry the tears from your eyes. Let's don't let a good thing die. No, I'll never let
I'm going to try.
I can't walk
Go.
because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what
you're doing to me?
When you don't believe the word I'm saying.
Still got it.
I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. You know I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. You know I'm caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby.
Right, I've just put it into the chat, Johnny. Next, the Fine Young Cannibals version of the same song.
Fine Young Cannibals.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
You're going to take a second to find it. I'm just going to mute myself. I'll just leave my microphone here. I'm going to go and get another drink.
All right, you do that. I'll look for it. And here we have it. Here we have it.
We're on the track. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? When you don't Stop and say hello. When I still see you, suspicion in your eyes. There you go again, asking where I've been. You can't see me, just like cry. We didn't go over together. It's suspicious now. And we didn't hear about you. I'm suspicious now. Oh, let me know see that. I tried to tears shot crying. Don't let me stupid lie. You know, I never lied to you. No, no, no. But on the track, I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're trying to hear? When you don't believe what I said, we can't go on together. The back row of classroom. How could I resist the aroma of your perfume? You and I were inseparable. It was love at first sight. You made me promise to marry you. I made you promise to be my wife. But then you were only 8 years old. I had just about I thought that life was always good. I thought you always would be mine. Started with a kiss.
Never thought it would come to this.
Oh, Steve, is that our first kiss?
It's a great song. They were a really good band.
Hot chocolate.
The lead singer was a bit weird, but he had a great voice. Fine Young Cannibals.
Started to hang around. That boy put me so when I was born. Cause you guaranteed couldn't help but notice that you distant look in your eyes. When you were 16, I had just I couldn't hold on to your love. I couldn't hold on to my dream. It started with a kiss.
Never thought it would come to this.
Started with a kiss. Never thought it would come to this. You don't remember me, do you? You don't remember me, do you? Walking down the street, came star of my love story, and my heart began to beat so fast, so clear was my memory. I heard my voice cry out her name as she looked and looked away. I felt so hurt, I felt so song that I could sing. You don't remember me, do you? 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 It started with a kid. Everyone would come to me. It started with a kid. I know everyone would come to me.
Nice and clean, comfortable keeping a chair. I didn't expect he was going to go today. And then in the afternoon when I go back at 3 o'clock, actually there at 10 to 3, I saw his daughter at the car park. And then when the dinner time, they said, oh, Jack gone. I said, his daughter coming to Lucky Breed. That's good.
Yep.
Good and bad. But she lost the whole family last year.
What are we listening to now?
You're actually listening to a private conversation, which is the wife works in aged care, and she was just explaining to me a gentleman passed away today.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, John.
well,
I thought that was part of the recording.
No.
I apologise.
Because she's just got home from work, and I said, "Oh, how was your day?" And she was saying, "Oh,
Right.
Such and such an old bloke, he passed away." And she said, "I was good this morning. I give him a sponge bath and all the rest of it." And his daughter come in, and it's kind of sad because he's the last one out of the family because everybody else in her family had passed away. Well, let's face it, we're all going to die, but if people give a shit about you when you die, that's even a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Johnny. It just shows how comical this afternoon has been because you will you played that, and I thought it was all part of your presentation. I thought that was just part.
No, that was what you heard was real life conversation.
To be honest, I wasn't really listening.
Yeah,
so I think we're okay.
To play the music, I have live mic.
Right.
To try and get around some of the strangleholds we have. But that was a real conversation between the wife and I, and stuff like that. We don't hide our lives, that's fine. And
I know. I shouldn't have laughed, but I only laughed because I didn't know.
That's okay.
Which we will forget. Karma. No, I've got I'm counting your number. Yeah, the conversation, of course, yeah. And honestly, I didn't actually hear one word of it that I took notice of. So.
Oh, okay. Now,
I only half listen to what you say all of the time. So obviously, I'm not really going to pay more attention, am I?
Well, that's a bonus.
Right. I've got a trivia question, a pop trivia question. Mostly for Beezy because she's so good at this game.
Oh, don't forget.
You only have to type in 4 numbers into the chat for the right answer.
Well, can I interject for a moment?
Yeah.
Don't forget you've got Karma there, which has been a pretty good bloody winner on the quiz, and
that's true. Yeah.
You do that. Yeah, but you do that.
Beezy's pretty good at the really good at pop stuff. So before David Bowie found fame with Ziggy Stardust the Ziggy Stardust and I can't remember the name of the, well, Ziggy Stardust anyway, before he found fame with that, he released a sort of comical, almost children's song called The Laughing Gnome. In what year did he release The Laughing Gnome? And just to argue, the song was ha ha ha, he he he. I'm a laughing gnome and you can't catch me. Ha ha ha, he he he. I'm not going to say anything until we get a few more guesses.
Is that the David Bowie one you're talking about?
No, the laughing gnome. Ha ha ha, he he he. I'm a laughing gnome and you can't catch me. I was walking down a high street when I heard a voice behind me. What he was trying, he actually was a big fan of Anthony Newley, that was an actor at that time. And Anthony Newley spoke in a very Cockney Southern accent. And that was his sort of, what's the word, homage to Anthony Newley. Well, you're all going sort of similar to when I thought it was. That's why I was so shocked when I was just playing around and found it was much earlier. Yeah, I think you've Googled that, Karma. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to call. You go for 73, then back to 67. Yeah, 1967. Well, yeah, I think that just proves the point, Karma. You and Google are friends. But it doesn't, look, regardless of whether you've Googled it or just pulled it out from the depths of your brain, doesn't that surprise you? 1967, that's the same time that the Beatles were coming out with Sergeant Pepper, and I thought it was much later. I would have gone with your first guess, 73, even 75. But yeah, Laughing Gnome was 1967. That might not surprise you at all, Johnny, if you've not heard the song. Bintang Tony, I'm sorry, mate. I just like I like stuff that I like two sorts of questions. Things that I think I should know but don't know, and things that prove me totally wrong. And that question about when did he come out with Laughing Gnome, I was so far off. But yeah, Bintang Tony, go for your cigarette. We've got to do a pop thing, because it's only really pop or music, I should say. Music, movies that I think we're all sort of exposed to. So all of us have got a chance. So I do like music, pop. Sports, it is more selective. If you're not into Gaelic football, you won't know who scored the winning goal in 1974, or football, or whatever. I think movies and music are much more general. I mean, you can do history, when was a battle fought or whatever, but even that is a bit selective. We're all exposed involuntarily to music and movies. So we've all got a rough knowledge of stuff we like. Oh, okay. Well, since there's only the two of you voting, I'd love that though. To say I think that's me with the new name and me embarrassing myself, shouting too much. God. But I think that's perfect for me. But no, I did say I would stand by the vote, and it's only Karma and Beezy that are participating in the vote, which is just how all elections work. Only a couple of people vote, and that decides the future of a country. But on that note, I'll just go back in and edit audio avatar. Go back to Lauren Hardy. There we go. Done. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I would probably get. But Bintang Tony, I would suggest I hate pommy gits as much as you do. Yeah. But we won't go too deep with that. Bintang, I'm guessing you're Australian because Johnny welcomed you as long lost mate. So certainly in this part of the world, well, I don't think you understand, unless you've lived in England, most of the air is fucking horrible. That's why it's why Germany and England are so industrious. You got nothing else to do but work. You can't have barbecues all the time. You got about 2 weeks in the year when you go to the barbecue out in the garden. And even then, you've probably got a sweatshirt on. And the reason that the north of the world is more industrious and hardworking is because there's nothing better to do apart from go to a pub and get drunk. That's why people probably drink more in the north. Certainly, Germany is very similar to England. No, I'm not building England up, but for a small country to rule most of the world, it's because what else could they do? If somebody came to me and I was a poor farmer in the 1500s, 1600s, and they said, "Look, we're going to attack France, and you're going to be able to rape and pillage women as you walk across it and eat as much good food as you can, and it's a much better country," I'd have probably signed up. But the north of the world tends to be more industrious, only because, in Thailand, although you look at all these Thais and they work hard, yes, they do, and they've got incredible stamina for the heat and whatever. But they do, what's the word, Johnny? They control it. They'll have a couple of hours off in the afternoon. Spain has 3 hours in the afternoon in the southern Spain to sort of recuperate and have a nice meal, have a sleep, have a nap. Thais do the same. They have a lunchtime. Go on, sorry, Johnny. I'm yakking too much.
No, that's okay. Look, when I first, went over into Southeast Asia and started traveling around a little bit and whatever, and then pulled my head out of my arse and went back and really looked at what's going on. The siesta, that's the American, the Mexican, the Spanish type of thing, because a warmer climate, we traditionally have always eaten, you know, our three. Well, actually, it's 5 meals, kind of 5 meals a day, which have always been light because you had your breakfast, your morning tea, your lunch, your afternoon tea, and then your dinner.
Are you talking about Australians? Yeah?
Yes.
All right. That's probably why I'm so skinny. I only eat twice a day. Always have to.
But the one part about that, it was, you know, you were putting a bit of food in the tank, you know, a bit of fuel in the tank. It can get bloody hot here. Don't worry about that. But when you look at some of the other countries that you know, they'll have their breakfast, then they'll do a bit in the afternoon. It's hot, so I'll have something to eat. Then they'll have a snooze, and then when it cools off, they'll get up and continue on with what they've got to achieve for the day.
Yeah.
You know, that's like the old saying is, you know, that was, you know, only fools and Englishmen come out in the heat.
In the midday sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the old Noel Coward song. Only fools and Englishmen come out in the midday sun. Yeah.
Well, the Australians were never, never different from that. Perhaps it's inherent from the colonisation or whatever. But it does make a bit of sense because, you know, working in the hot sun, it saps your energy, it drains you real quick.
Yeah.
So, you know, to have that couple of hours off just to, you know, refuel the tank to a certain extent, and then you get out and do it again, you know, to achieve what you want to achieve, that to me makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. I wasn't criticising them, Johnny. I'm just saying that I think temperature rules how industrious the citizens of that area are. The colder it is, I'm not talking of extremes colds and whatever, but if there's nothing better to do, you tend to just work.
Yeah, well, we've always had the thing here is, you know, are you made of sugar? You know, you're not going to, you know, the rain's not going to worry you, whatever. The job's got to be done.
Yes, absolutely.
But you start to really drain yourself, both physically and mentally, for that achievement. But you know,
Johnny, I couldn't do it now, but I did it for many years. 12-hour days, night shifts, and I'm sure you've done the same. And it takes a week or two to get used to it, but after that, it's a piece of piss. It's easy, like any sort of exercise.
You know, you've got Tony here. He works in the mining industry, drilling.
Right. Right.
There's no such thing as it gets to so many degrees and you go and sit in the air-conditioned shed. It's they're paid based on production, and if there's no production, the boss kind of says to him, "Well, you can piss off. We'll get another crew in." You know, we used to have a lot of standards here, which has been eroded, but was like the last time I was back in Thailand, I wanted to put a new roof on the house because that corrugated shit, that's exactly what it is. It's shit.
Yeah. And it comes with holes already in it, most of it. Most of the sheets of corrugated iron already have a hole in them.
Yeah, well, that's the AC sheet type one and or whatever. But the thing about it was, it had got to the stage. I think I'd put about 25 tubes of silicon up there around screws and around bolts and around this and around that, and then it had cracked and and in the end I just said, stuff this. I'll put a new roof on it, which is a metal roof. Something I've done plenty of, and. Here's the tyres are on the ground having a snooze, and here's the stupid Australian up there, throwing me up a sheet, fellas. And then they'd go and hide, and I'd screw the sheet down. Right, they'd throw me up another one, and that was from, right, we're doing this side of the roof, and I never, I'd come down a few times and have a bit of a refreshment. But that'd be 10 or 15 minutes, then back up until it was done.
Yep.
Which was interesting. Here's Tony coming along to visit. G'day, Tony. Welcome, buddy.
Hello, Tony. Is this Tony Bintang?
Yes, it is. It is.
Sorry about that.
Hello, Nye. Oh, look, gentlemen, look, Tony, you're going to think I'm going because you've just joined the channel. Couldn't be further from the truth. But I think you'll understand. I have just got a beer delivery, so I'm going to go and stick that in the fridge because that's more important. I'll be back in 5 minutes. See you in a minute. Bye.
That's all right, Steve.
How's that?
What's that, mate?
How's that? Am I back on?
Yeah, you're on, mate. You're on. Yeah,
sorry about that. I was had a few pages open, and you know what happens when you have a few pages open?
Yeah.
You get a bit of feedback. But anyway, how you going, Johnny?
Oh, buddy, not too bad. I fell for the stupid part of realizing that I'm older than my brain thinks yesterday, but the whole part about it is still achieve what I wanted to achieve, and suffered for it today, but it was bloody hot here yesterday, very hot. Got up to about 30 degrees.
Well, actually, I think you're going to be in strife there, mate, because we got some pretty shit weather coming from WA, which passes over to us, which guess where that goes over to South Australia? Guess where that goes?
Yeah, we get it a couple of days later.
Yeah, so you're about 12, well, we're about 24 hours, and I reckon about 48 hours you're going to be in deep shit again with rain. I mean, you're going to cop it, mate. End of story.
Oh, look, I'm so used to the rain, it's not funny.
But, Johnny, when you say you're so used to the rain, I mean, you're used to it in the last 12 months, but we haven't seen this since 56 or beforehand.
Correct.
It's a lot of people don't understand what's actually going on, and it's not like climate change. They don't fucking wank money in the bank. That's fucking bullshit. You got to remember these events have been going on for years and years, and they say it's every 1 in 100 fucking flood. Well, year flood. Well, yeah, it is every 1 in 100 years. Got nothing to do with climate change. It happens every 100 years. like give me a break.
I remember I was getting my refrigeration tickets back, which meant go to school for the jerk off brigade,
Yeah.
and they're putting up maps of the world and the hole in the ozone layer and where it's all coming from and all that kind of stuff. And I thought, well, isn't that wonderful? The hole in the ozone layer is actually in the southern hemisphere, but it's all caused by the northern hemisphere. And yet we're bending over backwards, and the wank taxes and the knuckleheads that are, they may as well be thinking Armageddon's coming or whatever. But I can remember when I was a child, it was, out in the farm, and this is disturbing stuff. We were shooting animals because we didn't have the feed to feed them, and they weren't worth shit.
Well, I heard something along there. I'm sorry, we have a third party in here, don't we? There's the Pommygit. You still
Steve? He's got his beer delivery, so he'd be giving every one of those bottles that he's got a cuddle and a kiss before he puts them in the fridge.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, I've been battling a bloody chest infection for bloody 3 weeks.
Well, I've actually given up smoking. And...
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm not. Three of my mates, and the fourth one, I enjoy having a cigarette. I don't smoke inside like I used to. I smoke a third of what I used to smoke, if not a quarter. I've got my little quiet spot outside, and I go and have a cigarette and contemplate the world and shit like that. But I have a few cigarettes because I enjoy it. Another one of the mates, the fourth one, he said, well, I'm not giving it up. I'm doing what you're doing. The other three, they gave up smoking, and mate, they're fucked. They are fucked. The amount of shit that they've got going on.
There's a story behind me trying to give up smoking, and have you got a couple of minutes?
Yeah, we've got as long as you want, Tony. The floor
story
is yours.
The story is that I have smoked since I was 15, which was acceptedly back in those days was fine. And I'm now 62 years of age. I work for a company in mining, as you know, and I've had to do a medical because I've gone from one mine to another mine, and the medical has come back and says that I am unfit for work. Now, the medical has said has gone to the mine, not to my company, to the mine, and the mine has deemed me unfit for work through lung capacity. Now, they didn't tell us that. I've had to go through some very, very smart people to get that out of them, because if they tell you that you're unfit for work through lung capacity, then I can take them for discrimination.
That's exactly right, yes.
Now, I work for this company, I work for this mine in Western Australia up north. Now, I've gone from the same mine down south in Perth, and they've deemed me unfit to work. And I find that absolutely fucking mind-boggling that I can do the same job in one mine but not the other mine because I'm unfit for work.
That in honesty, the thing is that you work for a contractor. It's got fuck all to do with the mine.
Well, no, I'm a contractor. I work for a company that contracts for the mine. The mine doesn't.
That's what I mean. The mine is dictating to the contractor, which is discrimination. Look, I used to work in that kind of shit, so I know exactly what you're saying. All right, they want everybody young, dumb, and full of cum, and have the knowledge that we've got and lost and whatever. It's never going to happen. And there's always some smart ass proving their job, saying, but the sharing of information is the one thing that the company you work for shouldn't be sharing their information. They should say, this is our staff, and that's it.
Well, that's not exactly the way that it works, Johnny. The way that it works, and this is the way society's going. And if there's people out there who are listening at the moment and don't want to join in and are listening and make a comment, I'm not actually on comments at the moment, so
no, there's no comments since the last one you made.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. But as physical comments, society is dictating. I am quite physically up to 2 months ago. I won't go into a long story of it, but 2 months ago I changed mine sites, and I was quite happy to work on that mine site the way that I am, but the same company, the same mine, won't let me work on their site. And it's all to do with litigation, obviously, but it's also to do with I do a medical, and they say you're not deemed for work, but it's not signed off by a medical practitioner. It goes to a medic on the mine site, and the medic deems that I'm not good enough to work.
That's where I've got the real problem with third-party sharing of your medical information. Because I've been in the same situation where I've said, I just told them to get fucked. So if that's the way you want to be, I'll see you in court, you pricks.
Well, that's where I'm going. Yeah.
But the whole part about it, and then walk down the road and work for a different company. And even though they were giving me the shits, I used to snatch it regularly, but they keep on ringing me fucking up a couple of days later and say, come back to work, will you?
Well, you see, this is the ironic fucking situation is that we're running so far behind on what we're supposed to be doing on the job in that particular mine site. Now, I work for a public company on the Australian Stock Exchange, and the company that we're contracted to is also on the public.
ASX.
ASX, yeah. And anyway, the two, there was a problem about downtime and money and fucking shit like that goes on with it. And the two CEOs got together and they were complaining and whinging about money. And the mine said to my company, well, what are you going to do about productivity? And my company said, well, if you're not going to let fucking our guys come on to work on your fucking site, you're going to have a problem and you're going to have to pay for it, which they do at the end.
Yeah.
Because we cannot get people on a mine site to do the fucking job. It's just weird situation. It's just it's like how can I say, Johnny? It's blah blah fucking white sheep instead of black sheep, or rainbow sheep, and we are shelf replenishers instead of. In actual fact, I call myself a penetration specialist instead of a driller. It's just fucking weird, mate. Society's just gone ballistic.
I can remember, Tony, I flew out of Melbourne and went up to Port Hedland.
Yep.
Picked up at the Perth airport, went to the kind of headquarters, issued with fucking clothing and all that kind of shit, and got up on the site, and I was met at the aeroplane to say there was a person on site that put in an objection that I was coming on site.
But you can't get the answers, can you?
And I said, okay, that's fine. So in other words, I was turned around, back to Perth, back to Melbourne, signed off, see you later, fuck off.
Yeah.
I kind of did a ring around of a few of the boys that I knew. And I said, who's in, such and, I said, such and, a couple of blokes within the hierarchy, supervisors, whatever.
Yeah,
and they said, such and such is there and that, And I said, oh, okay, no worries. That's not a problem. I rang the company back and I said to them, well, it's interesting how you've got proven fucking duds working on your site telling you that people are unsuitable when they're more than qualified. And I named these people, and I said, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to work with you. I want nothing to do with you if that's the way you want. And then the company said, oh, well, what we're going to do is fly you out later on in the week to another site. And I got to the fucking site and they closed, which was at Mirror. And there was a big strike on because it was all bullshit. So I got off the fucking plane there and all this shit's happened. I got back on the fucking plane, come back home again. And I said, go fuck yourselves, a whole lot of you pack of idiots. And just kind of, I know the financial part of it was greater by fucking around with these idiots. So I just went back to just doing normal work. And then I went over to what's the name of the fucking mine, the uranium mine, bloody at Woomera. Anyhow, went over to there. They said, right, your accommodation's on site and all the rest of it. Then we got there and they said, no, you're staying at Woomera. There's an hour and a bit fucking bus drive out in the morning and of a night. And I said, well, what are we going to, what?
After Roxby or something like that.
Yeah. I said, well, you want us to work a 12-hour day and then spend 3 hours travelling? Where are we going to eat? Where are we going to do everything? And they said, well, on site. I said, go fuck yourself. So I just got back on the plane. Yeah.
Well, basically what I'm saying is that I'm 61 years of age, and people are dictating to me whether I can continue my working life or not through medical circumstances. And I can assure you right here and now, I can well and truly do my job. There's no two ways about that. But I've seen, as I said to my boss today, my boss is 42, and he's a young lad, and we've had a few discussions about it and what's going on. And at the end of the day, it's all to do with litigation and liabilities and shit like that. But
it is.
Why should I be discriminated against because of my age? And my body is not like a 21-year-old body. So they turn around and say, yeah, okay, you've got a bit of a lung problem. Well, I have got a fucking lung problem, but it's not stopping me from working. That's my whole fucking point.
Tony, can I just interject for 20 seconds? 2 questions. And shit, it's horrible what's happened. But first question is, do you need to work? Is it going to be a real hardship for you if you don't work for another 4 or 5 years?
No.
Okay. So it's more the principle of the thing than the financial thing.
Fucking oath it is. It's why the fuck.
Right. Look, I'm only trying to get where you're coming from. Number 2, I work with I have many friends that are merchant seamen, and they have to take an able-bodied seaman, certificate every 2 or 3 years to make sure they're still viable to work on ships and whatever. They all find, how can I put it, a friendly doctor, maybe in Gibraltar or Portugal or Spain or wherever.
Does
that not work in Australia? You can't sort of just say no, it's wrong.
No, it doesn't work, mate. No, it doesn't work. So for the simple reason, where you go, John?
The thing is, the companies here, Steve, and there's companies set up to do employee medical examinations.
All right. So they don't just accept any you can't just go along to a doctor and get able-bodied seamen, sort of,
If it was like that, but these companies like the ASX, which is top end of the fucking food chain companies, what they look at is lowering the overhead structure costs. So we've saying to like Work Cover Australia, which is the insurance as far as workers go. If they say every one of our workers comes to this level and we won't employ anybody or allow them on this site, they come down a few points on the work cover thing, which across multiple employees means a large amount of money. And at the end of the day, it's all about the money. But yet our government, when Tony and I virtually first started off working, our retirement age was 55 years old. Now it's 67 years old, and yet they are standing in front of us and our ability to work, which is discrimination.
Yeah, it's so unfair. It's just ridiculously unfair. I would be just as angry as you sound, Tony. And I was only trying to. I wasn't arguing with you, Tony. I hope you realise. I was just trying to work out. I was just trying to work out what was going on.
You've got to realise that different countries have different, obviously, policies and stuff like that. But basically, what it really boils down to is that these companies are dictating my earning capacity for the rest of my life. But not only that, they can get away with it. And then if they turn around and say, I can't work anymore, then I go to the government and I'm unemployed, and I go to the government and they say, I say, well, hang on a minute, I'm on the dole or on work cover, whatever you call it over in England, and they say, well, you have to go out and work. And I say, well, I can't work because I've been told by the companies that I can't work. And they say, well, we can't give you any money because you're not looking for a job, and I can't get a job because the company's telling me I can't work. So I'm fucked.
Oh,
Although in saying that, as you said before, I've set myself up for this particular situation, but that's not the point. The point is society and the way it is today, and the fucking the country, Australia is fucking themselves over because they've got people like me who can work, yet there's a shortage of workers. How do you work that shit out?
Yeah.
I got no answer for that. We are desperate. I mean, I honestly think they should bring back the £10 fucking pommy thing and get a shitload of used blokes over here or whoever, because we need them. Our country needs a lot of workers, yet they treat me like shit at 62 years of age.
Yeah,
is there no way that you can do what it sounded like Johnny did, which was become an independent consultant and just offer your services, you pay for your own insurance, do it that way? Is that possible or just ridiculous? I don't know what your job involves, but go on.
It's not impossible, but when you're talking with ASX companies, for the small one-man, two-man company or something like that, that is impossible because it's always the indemnity.
The insurances.
Yeah, the insurances and implied or whatever. When you walk onto a site, unless they employ you, if you're working for a contractor, they want to be indemnified from anything you do, say, whatever, because they're so worried about court actions. Mind you, they've caused it all because they're the dictators, that people do feel alienated and they do feel, and look, it's so, that's why I kind of gave it up, Steve, and went back to something which I knew very, very well. And I don't even need to make a phone call. I get phone calls and email messages every day of the week. Come and work on this job. Come and work on that job. But that's plant operator type of work, earthworks, road construction,
plenty of that.
All of that. Yeah, all of that kind of stuff. No one rings me up to say, I believe, and I'll use the words were, a very, very good sheet metal worker, and we want you to come onto our site because they don't want anybody my age anymore. If you're 40, you're fucked. They don't want you. So we've got age discrimination, but they always pick on something medical.
Exactly, and that's sorry to butt in, Johnny, but that's exactly where I'm at the moment. Where look, I can. It's not my company. The company that I'm employed full time by a company. It's not my company that's stopping me from working. It's the mine that's stopping me from working.
Yeah, and that comes down, Tony, to the administration at that mine, not the total company.
That's right. But what will happen is that if that particular mine says, no, you can't work here. My company has got the total right to turn around and say to me, we can't employ you anymore because you're not fit for work. You're not fit to work to go on mines. And bang, I'm out of it. That's where it's got to. It's got to the point where, because the mine won't let me on site. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm sitting here like you and me and Steve, and there's nothing wrong with me except for I've got a little bit of a lung function problem. At 70%, I don't mind admitting that because I'm a smoker, but it doesn't affect my work. But there's a cut-off point that says 70% you're fucked, you can't come on that mine. Now, that's via the mine, not by my company. My company is going to keep employing me till it gets to the stage where they're going to turn around and say, you're not fit for work anymore. Same as drug and alcohol. Same as drug and alcohol. And they're just going to say, you're not fit for work.
The thing is, the drug and alcohol test, when they first come in, was nothing about blokes being half pissed when they, little bit hangover from the night before. It was about they called it drug and alcohol testing because they were only worried about the stoners and all the rest of them. Because the bloke that was a bit sluggish in the morning, they're still safe, they're still travelling, they're still doing it. It was the stoners were the ones that were fucking everything up.
Well, that's right. And in actual fact, Johnny, I can tell you right here and now, I've been on sites, work with guys, and I've said, fuck off. I'm not working with you. I'm going home because you're fucking stoned.
Oh,
I've seen it. It's been there and done it, mate. That's it.
Tony, I've had flagmen turn up. And you say, right, you're doing this, right? I'll give you a yell in a minute. Once you give us a break in the traffic, just slow a couple down. Or, you got to put the slow bat up, get a bit of separation. We just want to turn around or something like that. And then you got this prick. He's looking at birds flying across the sky, and you've got the slow bat up, and you say, well, when are you going to give us this break, mate? I've actually over the years, I think, I haven't got enough digits to say how many.
Yeah, I can hear where you're coming from.
Fuck right off. And I've had blokes in fucking tip trucks,
Steve, is it? Sorry, Johnny. Steve, you're in England, I assume, or London, or England.
No, I'm an expat in Thailand, Tony.
Oh, okay. All right. So
I live an hour and a half outside of Bangkok, near a place called Khao Yai, the first national park here.
Okay.
It's a hidden gem.
How long have you been in over there in Bangkok, or where you are?
Living here 7 years. No, 8 years. 8 years now, permanently.
And
I've had one trip back to England in 8 years.
And your working career in England was
lots of things. I started off in insurance. Then played on boats for a while, then did shop fitting for a while, then worked in a hotel.
So you understand the working class man.
Absolutely.
And do you? I know you haven't been home for 8 years, but does
no, I went home. This year.
Okay.
After COVID.
Is it the working? What we're talking about, how hard it is to work in Australia? Is it as hard as it is over in England?
Well,
with licenses.
This will make me sound cocky, but I've never had trouble finding work if I wanted to work.
That's not really the question I'm asking.
Go on.
I'm asking.
I didn't understand. Say again.
With licenses with working in England.
I've never done anything as specialised as you're doing, or you do, Tony.
Okay.
So it would be wrong to. I mean, when I was in my early days, when I had a proper job, yes, you needed to be qualified, or at least. But even then, it wasn't. It wasn't the same as it is today. The whole world. My best mate over here is a fisherman, or was a fisherman. In about 1980, they brought out the fact that you had to have because he was the engineer on the trawler.
Yeah.
They brought out a rule that you had to have a license to be an engineer. He went down to a city near where I live called Plymouth to get his license to be an engineer. He proved that he'd been working on trawlers for the last 10 years. I'm a bit, maybe it's 85, 75. Yeah, 85, 75. He got a Class 1 engineer certificate. Today, to get a Class 1 engineer certificate, you have to go to university for 3 years, then go and work on a boat for a few. You know, and he didn't even ask for it. He was just asking for whatever certificate he needed, so he could carry on working. But they said no. The whole world has changed, Tony, and it's not changed for the better. It really hasn't. And I know I'm sounding like an old fucking fart. But Steve is a bloody good engineer. This is my buddy, Steve.
Yeah.
He understands how it all works, and it's almost instinctive to him. Doesn't need to worry, and anyway. I'm starting an early rant, Johnny. Stop me now. No,
you're right.
Whenever you feel like it.
No, you're right, because here and where it's come from is the education system and all of that. The worthless peanuts that have got no fucking idea for them to give themselves relevance have come up with all these courses. And what they've done is pulled apart trades they've segmented it.
Oh, for sure.
So, you know, the whole part about some of my trade certificates aren't worth shit anymore because they say, where's your certificate of this? Well, hang on, there's my fucking trade papers, for Christ's sake. And they
they've created industries out of industries. And
yes.
It's like, here's an example, right? I haven't been in our workshop here for a long time. So I go into the workshop here because of anyway, circumstances of where I live. And I go into the workshop. Now, I've been driving a forklift since I was fucking 12. I think I drove a forklift before I drove a car. I'm now 62. So I get to the workshop here and they say, have you got a forklift license? Yeah. But have you been signed off in our workshop to drive for your license to drive in our workshop? No. So I have to go and sit down and do a fucking 4-paper form, sign it off, answer a few questions just to do a forklift, to drive a forklift in the workshop. Now, on a mining site, right, the forklift in the workshop is they've got 3 of them. One's 1 ton, one's 3 ton, one's 10 ton. On site, I drive a 50-ton IT. which is 20 times bigger than what the one in the workshop is. But no, you've got to go down and you got to fill out the fucking paperwork. You got to be signed off. Somebody's got to watch you pick up a pallet, drive it around in a fucking circle, put the pallet down, and get out the fucking thing. Like I've been driving for 50 fucking years, mate. But no,
I understand that. But what made me laugh the most is you go and do these bullshit courses.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a younger person there spruiking the spruik and all the rest of the shit. And you say, well, hang on, mate. I've been doing this for so fucking long and you're telling me how to fucking do it. So you sign off on a piece of, who gave you your fucking qualifications?
Well, it's like working. It's like working at heist, Johnny. You go in there, you do that course, you walk up and down a ladder, you put a fucking safety harness on, you walk up and down the ladder, you go through a fucking tube. It costs you $600, or the company pays $600 to do something that you've done every fucking day in your life. But what it all boils down to is it's a business. It's the government's created businesses to make businesses to make businesses.
Yeah, it's all about the educational jerk off fucking side of it, which I hate. I remember I went to a course because the hierarchy of whatever said every 3 years you need to go and renew your traffic management ticket, right?
Well, that's another thing too. You have to do it every couple of years.
Yeah, but the interesting part about it, my employment status was team leader, right? Anyhow, I go to this course and it was fucking interesting. You got all different people from different walk of life, and you started at one corner of the table. I was around the bottom end of the horseshoe, fucking near the last one, to stand up and say, I'm John and all this bullshit. And all these young blokes have been sent there by dole type fucking thingos saying, if you get this ticket, you'll get the job. Oh, we heard you make decent money and you do this and you do that. And I heard it all around the table. I was number 28. I stood up and I said, look, I'll be honest with you. Whoever told you the shit you got that you've fucking been spieling, you're very sadly mistaken. If you want to get used and abused, rain, hail, sleet or snow, continue on with the course. But it's pretty fair dinkum because you've got to sign off on the paperwork and your ass is in a fucking sling. And I said, and the bloke that was running the course, and he said, could you give us a little bit of a thing? And I said, well, my actual employment is with a government fucking organisation. And this is my title and this. I'm only here to get me fucking ticket signed off. He called smoko break, went outside and he handed me my paperwork and said, fuck off, you're upsetting my class.
Yeah. To be honest with you, Johnny, you have to, in your working life in Australia, Steve, in Australia, you have to do these courses. If you don't do these courses, you can't work. End of story. So it becomes a business and becomes a business-based taxation to the government, and it's a revolving thing of fucking bullshit. But Johnny, you would be like me, been a lot of these courses. You can't fail them. They will not fail you. You cannot read. If you can't read and you can't write and you go to these courses, they will fucking pass you. And the reason why they pass you is because every person that passes, they get money from the government.
Well, that's the thing. But I've done courses. There's a trainer bloke that I know. He's wanted me to come and work for him for fucking years, but because you can actually train what you've got tickets for. And I got you'd be the same, Tony. You got fucking shoe boxes full of the shit.
Fucking Jesus, mate.
And you know, it's something I kind of said, well, I'd be interested too, but I wouldn't be interested in just signing off on stuff, and I wouldn't do it because somebody turned up. I want to see that ability to be able to do it, the people that'll listen and understand and really have that feeling for stuff, you know, that
Yeah, but Johnny, when's the last time you done a couple of courses?
A couple of years ago.
Like,
and I'll be honest with you. I walked in the door and they said, "G'day, Johnny. Go and have a smoke, and we'll give you, you know."
Well, I rest my case, but I'm also saying to you that there are people out there who are not, let's say, very well educated in reading and writing, and they need these courses to do a living, and they just get signed off. I've never seen, and the way the courses are run and put towards the person who's doing the course is the fact that the answers are either given to you through the course, or you change your answers and sign off on them when you're doing the answers at the end of the course.
Yeah.
Like, give me a fucking
Tony,
break.
You know, Tony, I've got a mate, and a good mate. He knows every frigging thing. You know,
yeah.
And admittedly, I'll put my hand up and said I've taught him a lot as well.
No.
But the whole part about it is he can't really read and write. But his ability in the spoken word is fine.
Yeah, I agree with you, Johnny. I know exactly where you're coming from.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I didn't know I wasn't muted then. I do apologise.
That's all right,
okay, Steve. That's that your point score's just added one. You know, that's okay. Go ahead, Tony, please.
Look, I'm hearing you, Johnny. We're agreeing to agree, basically. The fact that there's people out there can't read and write, they go to the courses and they get passed. End of story. There's intelligent people out there that do the courses and they get passed. Nobody fails.
I tell you what, I can tell you the perfect story. There was a couple. One was driving a taxi, and the other was working behind the jump at a pub. And they decided, right, we're going to go and do this fancy course. Pub that I frequent, know them both. And I said, well, you're going to give up what you're doing, which is earning you, you know, not a brilliant quid, but not too bad, for promises of bullshit. And they said, no, we inquired about it. We can get a little bit of sponsorship, and when we're qualified, there's plenty of work for us. And I said, okay. Now, I said, you've known me for a bloody long time. I said, I'm going to tell you straight up, that's fucking bullshit. One is you have to establish yourself. Number two is you're going to be working for labour hire scumbag bastards.
Yeah, we all know about them. Yep.
And are you willing to drive from the Latrobe Valley down to Melbourne every fucking day of the week, or 6 days a week? Or camp down there or whatever, based upon your wages or the cost of all this and that. And anyhow, they did this wonderful course and they got this wonderful piece of paper. And the real part about it, none of them were working doing what they set out to do. They're actually gone back to doing what they were doing. And the one that was working behind the jump, she actually said to me, she said, we wasted a bit of time and a bit of money, John. And I said, yeah. I said, I did tell you. I said, if you wanted them fucking tickets, I've got plenty of them in my fucking box at home. I would have given them to you. I said, because they're not worth shit. And they said, oh, could you help us out? And I said, well, I can see what I can do. And it's one of those things, unless you really know a person's ability to operate something and shit like that.
You don't commit.
You know, you're like a chook on Sunday morning, going to get their head cut off, you know. But, you know, I just asked a few people that I did know what was around, but it was all the other side of Melbourne. And then they looked at the financial part of it and say, oh, well, yeah, the money's not as good as what the people in the course was telling us. And I said, yeah, they're full of shit. You know, it's all fucking bullshit. And it comes down from the government, all this bullshit, you know. Oh, you need this, you need that, you know. It's you don't need fuck all. It's all you need is a real brain and some half decent training.
Yeah, but Johnny, I disagree with you because at the end of the day, I know you need. No, I agree to disagree. You do need a brain. Anybody who's got any nous, but in any time, Steve, if you're listening, anybody who's got any nous can do something with their life, but it's the government protocols and the government. What am I trying to say? The government protocols and the way that society is these days is that you're not allowed to use your brain. You have to go and get a ticket, which they're going to pass you. They're going to give that ticket to you. Let's use a forklift license. They're going to give that to you whether you fucking can drive it or not. They'll give it to you because the person who's handing out the tickets or the company who's handing out the tickets is getting paid by the fucking government.
That's right.
And when the government's paying them, they're paying taxes. They're paying. They're employing people. That company who is handing out those tickets, who will not fail people, gets paid by the person who they pass. The company that the government says the government says that you need to have a forklift ticket, pays those companies to be registered. So those companies have to be registered. So they have to pay tax. It's just a fucking big snowball effect of bullshit to keep society and the system going on shit that they pass off on people who shouldn't be passed off on. I don't know. Fucking, I'm getting old. I'm over it. I'm going to bed. That's it.
No, well, that's the same as a mate of mine.
I'm just getting over it, Johnny. Eh?
Yeah, he is a surveyor, a licensed surveyor, the whole lot. He reached the pinnacle of his career, but the thing is, as he got older, he said, "Oh, well, stuff this," and he is actually employed by a local university type of thing. Mm. And I said, "How do you go with that?" And he said, "Oh, mate, it's fucked." He said, it's not classed on this, that, whatever. It's participation. You got to be joking. I said, that's a legal thingo, where, you know, when you survey something out and you tick it, and he said, mate, they spend 25 grand on the fucking gear, and anybody can do it.
Yeah,
you know, which is bullshit, because that is a trade that was, you know, the compass, the protractor, the real measurements, the whole deal of it, and a surveyor, they may as well be a high court judge.
Yeah, but Johnny, you can't. As much as I love your lifestyle, and I really do, and I love where you're coming from, but society's moved on, mate. We don't use whiteboards anymore, you know.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, if this prick's going to put a peg in and sign off on it and say that's fucking it, what happens if his battery's gone flat? Well, he's fucked for the last, you know.
Well, the difference is, and as much as I can be as smart ass as what I just said, is the fact that when the satellites get fucking blown out, you and I can still survey the fucking joint.
Yeah, exactly right.
Without satellites, you know, it's fucking horrible. You know, it's like I say to my daughter, like, where we go, and she'll go fucking Google, bang, bang, bang. And I'll get the old fucking AB directory out of the back of the vehicle and fucking say, okay, now show me where we're going. She would have a fucking clue how to use it.
Yeah. You know, the real, well, you know, we all grew up with geography. They taught you about mapping, what it meant on a map to what it was. No longer, but sausage dog. My attitude towards reality is reality, because I live in reality every day of the week.
Fucking right. Yeah, for sure.
I hire people. I do stuff most days of the week myself. So I'm using trades, labour, materials, deliveries, things like that.
Well, you keep the system's churning over, isn't it? Like it's society.
Yeah.
Society is there. We could all be worse off. We could be in Ukraine. Hey, Steve, how you going there, mate? Sorry, you're still in the background.
Sorry, Tony. I'm just drinking beer because, as Johnny will tell you, I've been waiting for the beer delivery for about the last 2 hours. It's nothing personal, but I'm just making up for the fact that I've had to wait. And no, your conversation has been great. I've also got my family here. So it's a bit trickier for me to talk. Generally, Tony, I only come on about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night when the family go to sleep. And I can sit here like a virtual bar, get drunk, shout at people, and
get away with it.
That's my life. Yeah. But we came on today because you understand, obviously, we've changed the name. It's quite a big deal for a lot of people here because they're so Johnny and Andy Bangkok, Minter, shush, and Adrian so involved with the original channel that it's a big change. So I'm only here to show support for the new channel.
I'm not on the political side of it. I'm just here to say good day, and that's it. So, end of story. I'm not even going to take that any further because I don't know the background of the other chapter.
Tony, I wasn't asking you to. I wasn't asking you to at all. Just having you here as a guest is lovely. All I was doing was explaining why I'm here early in the day when I'm not normally here.
No, that's fine, mate. And listen, brothers, I don't know. I'm a bit jealous there, Steve, about your lifestyle. I tell you the truth. It sounds like you're living the dream.
I would never say that, Tony, but it could be much worse. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, your finger can slip through the toilet paper.
G'day, Robert.
Hello, Robert.
If I can interject, that I've said it many times. Always be careful of what you wish for. Yeah, because sometimes dreams come true and they end up being bad dreams.
Oh, I don't like that laugh there, Johnny. That's a bit sort of dark.
Oh, look, you've seen it, Tony. Especially in Bali, you get somebody come across and they say, "Oh, these lovely Balinese people. I'd love one of those girls for my own and take her home and all the rest of it." Yeah, well,
having a business, I actually got my money back. I sold the business in Bali, and I got my money back, which I was quite happy with, which is unusual for Indonesian and places like that.
Yes, yeah, well, that's
very unusual anywhere in Asia.
No, actually, Balinese people, not too bad because Bali is actually not predominant Muslim; it's predominantly Catholic. Which makes it worse because if you're a prick when you're a Catholic, you can go to church on a Sunday, say hallelujah, brothers and sisters, and when you're cleansed.
Yeah, wait a minute, though. Catholics is usually the tightest girls.
Absolutely.
Once you get into Mennonite and Amish, then it's a little different story. Those a little tighter yet.
The thing is, Robert, it depends at what age.
Well, we don't need to go there.
No, I'm just saying from like when I was younger, school age.
You mean your age?
But as I've got older, I've noticed either things have stretched or I've shrunk.
Well, I hate to tell you the reality of the situation there, Johnny, but it's probably gotten tighter, and you just don't know it.
Well, that reminds me of that song, Robert, give a little bit of your love to me.
Well, the only thing I can say is once you've had black, you never go back. So,
that's a lie.
Come on. But anyway, Johnny, I made my money back, which is very unusual in Asia, and I was very disappointed as well. Very, very disappointed because the business I had was a hell of a good business, and I loved every minute of it. It was absolutely fantastic, and I'm more disappointed. I could have lost. Just to have to say that I had a business in Indonesia is unique in itself.
Yep.
And to make money in Indonesia is unique in itself, and to sell the business in Indonesia to get the money back is unique in itself. So everything was fantastic, but I'm disappointed that I just don't have it anymore. I just didn't. I'm so sorry I didn't have it. I haven't got it anymore. I loved it. It was fantastic. Had a great time.
But Tony, don't forget, you're getting towards the twilight of your employment career,
Well,
what's to
I
stop
thought
you
you said
doing it
twilight
again?
of life. Twilight of life.
No, I was very
Sorry,
careful
mate.
on my words, Steve.
I know. I heard you.
I feel that it's now that I've done it, been there and done it. I don't think I'd go back and do it again because I couldn't find the people, the unique Indonesian people, or Balinese people, or we use guys over in Thailand. Nothing changes. It's all Asia. It's all Asia, Indonesian, and nothing changes. You've got to find that perfect couple or person to run your business. If you don't, they're going to fucking screw you to the wall.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter. That's even in our own country, and that can come from your fucking family too. But the whole part about it is to have that real connection, and the right business at the right time in the right place. Now, sausage dog, Australia's a lucky country. It is. You can. Oh, it's a bit over-regulated, like way too over-regulated. But you can go and do what you want, providing you've got compliance. You can go and do what you want. There's nothing stopping anybody. My first company I started off was on a week's wages, which was $427. And it cost me $30-something to register a company name. I walked out the door of a workshop that I used to work and by 1 o'clock I had purchase orders for work to be done that kept me going for the first month. And then that roller coaster, that kept on going. But the whole part about it, you not only you're doing the work that you promised the customer, you're the accountant, you're the person doing the ordering, you're doing the whole fucking deal of it. So your day, instead of being 8 hours, is actually 20 fucking hours. Yeah, you're right. You're right there, sausage. Family can screw you. I made a mistake once. I had some outlaw family members working for me, and realistically, not a good idea. I'd never. And the other thing about it is, you're getting a bit amorous in bed, and then your wife kind of says, "Oh, you sacked my brother today. You're a cunt." Well, that fucks the mood right up, I can tell you. Yeah. All right, moving right along.
Sorry about that, guys. Look, I'm gonna probably give it a miss. What's the time? It's 10 o'clock. Come up 10 o'clock here where I am.
Yep. You're half an hour behind me.
Right.
So you two are very close, are you? I don't mean emotionally. I just mean geographically.
Yeah, probably about 3,000 kilometres apart.
Well,
very close. Very close.
In times in time span, it's half an hour.
Right.
But
I've often, Steve, how many times I get asked that question, because I talk to people all over Australia. Australia's a very, very big places, and somebody else asked that question the other day about me and Jeff, Johnny. GD. And somebody asked
hour and a half.
Yeah, and they said, "Oh, yeah, how far is that?" And I said, 3,000 k's. It's an hour and a half by plane, but it's 3,000 k's by road, and that's not to me, that's not as in what I do and how I travel. It's very short. There's fuck all in between where I go traveling. in between mines.
Have you both done what as us ignorant Poms would call a walkabout and sort of got to the middle and gone to Alice Springs and that sort of stuff?
Oh, shit.
Don't misunderstand me. I haven't been to most of a very small country. I live in probably one of the smallest countries in the world. I haven't seen 90% of it. But I just wonder, because we all see on TV they go into the outback and that sort of thing.
I went to I went to back in my early days. Traveled the world. I've actually been around the world a couple of times, but I went to Egypt. Left Australia, went to Egypt with my wife.
Right.
And went down the Nile and did all Aswan and all that stuff. And before it was
wow.
And
excellent.
Then we rocked up in England, and we knew a couple of people. Excuse me, that worked here in Adelaide in the Submarine Corporation down at Osborne, and they were sort of exchange people from, and they come from Bath. So
all right, yeah, I know.
So we come from Egypt, and we went down to where they were living, and they took us to Stonehenge.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Salisbury. The area is called Salisbury, isn't it?
That's right. It's not far from Bath, correct?
No. Well, I'd say an hour and a half.
Yeah. So we come from we come from the Nile, and we come and we in actual fact, back in those days, we actually went down the Great Pyramid. We actually walked down there and saw where Tutankhamun, or what his fucking name was there, which was as boring as batshit. But anyway, we went down the pyramid, the Great Giza Pyramid, and all that shit. And then we went to Bath, and this guy takes me over to the Stonehenge, and there's these three fucking pebbles sitting out in the middle of nowhere, and he says, "Look at this. This is fucking fantastic, isn't it?" And I said, "You've got to be shitting me, aren't you?" You know, like it was just a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong. To the people in England, it was fantastic. But once you come from Egypt to Stonehenge, it's a little bit different. But anyway, that's part of it. But to getting back to your original question about travel, Johnny, you probably agree with me. You can't explain the distance here in Australia. I can go 600-700 kilometres between petrol stations. Um, 4, 5, 6 hours of travelling, 7 hours of travelling with nothing. Land, nothing in between. Yes, kangaroos. Yes.
So can I just set you up for my favourite joke? How long would it take for you to drive your car from the west side of Australia to the east side of Australia?
So from Western Australia down to Sydney, you're saying?
Well, no, just east to west. Let's go halfway down the country, drive across the country. How long would that take you? Look, I'm only setting you up for a joke. It's only joking. So how long would it take you to drive from the west to the east, straight across the middle?
Hang on, you're saying from the west to the east or the east to the west? Through the middle.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think you can do it through the middle, can you?
So, yeah, well, you used to be able to, but it's a bit over 3 days.
Oh, it's a fucking joke. Give me a number.
Give you
3
a number.
days.
3 days. Tony, Things will pick up. I used to have a car like yours.
I know that joke, Steve.
It's a joke. It's a cracking joke.
I know. But
and I think I did a good job of translating it from a farmer's world to this one.
Steve, I'll tell you the same joke. I'll tell you the same joke.
Yeah.
And I'll tell it to you properly. There was an
Johnny,
Australian.
you're telling me the same joke that I've just translated into Aussie.
Yeah, well,
you're going to talk about a farmer who's got an Australian, an American friend.
No, but the thing is, there's an Australian and an American that came from Texas in a bar.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I haven't heard this one. Go on.
The Texan said, "Yeah, our farm's that big. It takes us all day to drive around our boundary." And the Australian says, "Yeah, I had a car like that once too."
Johnny, that's a joke I've just transferred.
I know. I could have added on to it because it's got a few more adaptations on it. But the thing is, mate, you've got to practice the delivery, the punchline. You got to send it home.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that. Yeah, you're right.
We'll teach you. We'll teach you.
Okay, Johnny, you weren't much better, to be fair.
Go ahead, Tony.
Johnny, Steve, I went to the Johnny, you've probably heard this, but I went to the toilet the other day.
Right.
And there was a guy standing there at the urine, and he said, "Jesus Christ," he said, "the water's cold." And I said, "Yeah, it's deep as well."
All right. I went to the toilet in a golf club. And as I walked in on the urinals there was a guy standing there looking like lost. And I walked in, he looked at me straight in the eyes, and he said, "Can you help me?" "What do you need?" He said, "I can't use my hands." He said, "Can you just undo my fly for me?" Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. So, undo his fly. And he said, "Oh, thank you very much, Sam. Can you just pull my dick out and point it at the urinal?" Yeah, okay. So pull his dick out, point it at the urinal, and he said, "Look, it's a bit limp. Can you just hold it up a bit? Because otherwise I'm going to piss on the floor." Fuck, yeah, okay. So hold on a minute. Put it back in. Gave it a bit of a shake. Put it back in. Did his zip up. And he turned to me and said, "Oh, thank you," he said. "I thought this nail varnish would never dry."
Steve,
huh?
That one's not too bad, but here's one for you, Steve.
You're not really laughing at them. You're saying they're not too bad, but that's a cracking joke. And it's a 30-year-old joke. That's what's great about jokes.
It comes from England, right? Here's a good Aussie joke for you.
Go on then.
Hey, guys, I've got to go. Good night. I'll catch you
later. All right, Tony. Thanks for dropping by, buddy. Look after yourself. Take care.
Look, Tony, look, I don't always tell jokes, Tony. Come back, sir. It's only tonight I've told jokes. If my jokes are turning you away, I apologise.
No, nothing to do with jokes, mate. I just got to go. I've got to go to the toilet, and I don't want to do it out because I'm outside. Because when I'm outside and I shake it, my balls play jingle bells. So I really don't want to do it. So I'll catch you later, guys.
It is the
Take care,
season
Blue.
to be jolly.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
See you, Tony.
What a nice man.
He is. Tony is a terrific bloke, and down to earth.
How long have you known him, How long have you known him, Johnny?
Oh, a while. But we come across ourselves in each other in a different genre type of thing. You know, I hate that word, but
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, and he's a wonderful bloke. But I'll tell you a joke, Lee.
Go on.
I was up in Sydney, and went to the public restroom at the railway station. And at the urinal, there was a man with a not too bad apparatus swinging around, and he's saying, "What do you think of that?" Well, I said, "What kind of dickhead are you, mate?" I said, "You've got WOG on tattooed on your penis." I said, "What, WOG?" He said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "When it's stiff, it says Wollongong."
Yeah, I've got a similar one, which is a guy. There aren't many new jokes. My joke is very similar, where the new guy in prison sees the tattoo on his cellmate, and it just says, "It's for you." I can't remember, but that sort of thing. Yeah.
I got
What's the
one.
rest of it say? Go on, then. I don't know. Hold on, Robert. Tell another story. I've got to talk to my wife for a minute.
Hold it. I'll hold it. I'm holding.
Well, I think we need to take Steve under our wing, type of thing, and teach him how to tell jokes. Because remember, he's English. Yeah. But anyhow,
I think he's getting that English tie thing all tied up, but it just fucks him right up.
No comment. So how you doing, mate? All right?
I'm alive. It's getting interesting over here.
I've been watching a little bit of Candyland happening. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we now have gas stations that are out of diesel.
Manipulated, was it?
Oh yeah. So that's making life interesting. And then let's put it this way: our selections were not quite a selection, if you know what I mean. There's let's put it this way: the fuse is lit. So,
well, I felt it. I listened to a little bit of news where Sleepy Joe come out and said, "Oh, it's very interesting. You know, there's quite a few people. What did they say, from the red states? And yes, I'm sure we can work with them." And
yeah.
I thought to myself, "You pathetic piece of shit cunt. You want a bullet in your head."
Careful what you say; that'll get you.
Oh well, you know, of a paper mache gun. But
yeah,
that prick wants to get off his high horse. Well, he can't sit down because he's got Nancy Pelosi up his ass.
Yeah, with a hammer.
Yeah, well, she's a puppeteer.
Oh, absolutely.
The whole part about it, I'm sure we can work with these. What a pathetic old maggot.
Well, here you want a fucking twist now. The Freedom Caucus, the Republicans, yesterday had a live stream where they had a meeting outside of DC. and they had scientists and shit there, and they're talking about the old jab, and the COVID, and how, you know, there's information coming out that maybe it ain't quite the bill of goods we were sold. So the politicians are finally catching up, but here's the rub. The lefties want to pass a bill for amnesty.
Yeah, but not to the righties.
Well, no, for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like there's one fucker sitting on the board on this panel, and he's like, "Well, we should have forgiveness and this and that." And I'm thinking about something. Wait here. Wait. You want forgiveness and amnesty and all this happy bullshit, right? While they're still trying to push this fucking shit on people.
That's like inviting a turkey to Thanksgiving dinner. In realism, because if you get walking down that path, they're going to get eaten. But yeah, it's actually as an Australian on the outside looking in, I can't even believe what's happening. What I see.
I'll tell you though, I'm looking at it from both directions too. Like in your guys' country, I can't believe that they think they're going to try to put the mask mandates and the lockdowns back in after the information's coming out.
Well, it won't happen here because there'll be it won't be a public revolt. It'll be virtually the masses will congregate, and they will. It won't be nice.
Well, I have a feeling that's what's going to happen here too. But I fired off some emails.
The thing is, we're the ones that employ these people to work for us. They're not doing that.
Well, they seem to think you work for them.
Well, they are very misconstrued in their thinking. Unfortunately, when they get away from their little fucking shields and stuff like that and come into the light of day, reality hits. And when reality hits, it hits hard because it's something that people have had enough. Enough's enough.
Oh, absolutely.
People have seen through the bullshit. And the interesting part about it is we're talking about continents, countries, the same fucking shit.
Well, the European Parliament, they're shaking the fucking tree now. The UK Parliament's shaking the tree. Now it looks like the U.S. Congress is starting to shake the tree, or at least one side of them anyway. The thing of it is, though, the damage is already fucking done. They've not only fucked the economy worldwide. They've had people jabbed up with something now that they're finding out may actually make it worse. And they're just now putting this shit out, and the oh goddamn! I tell you, my fucking blood's boiling, Johnny.
Oh look, I know how you feel. The thing is to be dictated to by a fuckwit and fuckwits that got into power when their straight up vote wasn't even 30% by all this secondhand voting shit and all the rest of it.
Oh yeah.
To take on agendas that people hate, to dictate to people saying we're supremacists, and that's what it is, supremacists.
Oh yeah.
And the other part about it is they are backed by the little money banks which go into their fucking back pocket. And that is totally against every one of them cunts should be hung. Every fucking one of them. Because they've lied, cheated, stolen, done everything that's wrong, but because they have this, I'm a politician, I'm this, I'm that. Well, why should they be the justice system is for all, but they've even manipulated that.
Oh, fuck yes.
The thing is, it's about time the judges got told to get fucked too, because
you ain't wrong.
At the end of the day, there's such a thing as we've all got constitutions, every country.
Yep.
And the whole part about it is political has got nothing to do with real law.
No, absolutely not. Well, but the thing is, the proof's in the fucking pudding as to how fucking stupid people are. I don't know if you followed what happened in Pennsylvania here, but they elected a senator who's a fucking potato head. He just had a stroke. He's not even allowed to run a microwave, and he can't walk up fucking stairs. Can't read a teleprompter. Can't string a sentence together. And he got elected. Now, Robert, the other thing is
that
they elected the another one who's been fucking dead for a month.
Well, the whole part about that, the whole election should be declared as null and invalid and nulled, you know.
Unfucking real. Well,
the thing is that the qualifying, this is where these fuckwits or whatever, here in the system, you register for your eligibility and go through all of your shit to be eligible to stand for an election. The vote is the vote. That's it, to a certain extent. But the whole part about what I hear about America, which was the world savior, the world whatever, it's the world's biggest fucking joke. You know, the old God bless America and all, with the land of the free and fuck right off. It's the world's biggest joke.
Well,
and that's, I don't mean that detrimental to
I know
the
that.
good Americans. I mean it to the system that's fucking.
Well, we've been infiltrated by a bunch of fucking purple-haired fucking Karens. Who oh god damn. You know, tolerance for intolerance is exactly what's fucking happening when it comes to that. Our politicians have been well, let's put it this way. There's lies and then damn fucking lies and all that bullshit. But the crap is people buy into this fucking bullshit. And, you know, it's like there was another debate where they're trying to talk about that math is fucking racist. I'm like, how the hell do you come to that fucking conclusion?
That's an interesting thing, though. And I'm going to give an example. I've said it long before it ever came out. I said, I am not racist. I just hate people selectively. And actually, in Western Australia, there was an Indigenous person that was in a taxi, and there was a bit of carry on, and it actually went to a high court. There was an exchange, and the claim was that the taxi driver was racist. So when it went to court, the taxi driver, what he said, he says, it's got nothing to do with, race or anything like that. He says, I hate everybody fucking equal. Whoever gets in this taxi, the scumbags. They either can't afford a taxi and they want me to chauffeur them around, talk to me like shit, the whole lot of it. So where's the racist part about it? And he actually won his court. He actually won his case out of that statement.
Well, I can't say that's much different, but it isn't race now. It's fucking woke bullshit and LGBTQ fucking XYZ and 100 fucking different genders and all this bullshit.
I don't care. You're born with genitalia of male, female, or both. And that's proven fact. That's science.
Well, absolutely. I sat and listened to a person, and I won't name any names, and they tried to say that, well, at conception, all that stuff, everybody's female. And I'm like, what? Well, yes, everybody's female until the fetus develops. I'm like, where the fuck did you take your science? It's like, have you heard of chromosomes? Do you know what those are?
He might have been chroming and forgot about the zones.
Like, holy fuck, you can't be that fucking... And people believe that shit.
But the thing is, if we, as I would say, open-thinking, common people that have got life, behind us and hopefully towards, the whole thing about it is, if we raise an objection to stupidity, we are labelled with every freaking thing you can think of.
Well, yeah, you're being intolerant, or you're... the one I like is white supremacist. White supremacist. What the fuck is a white supremacist nowadays?
I'm white, or classed as white, but supremacy, yes, I'm a supremacist. I worry about what I'm fucking doing. That's supremacy. Hang on. I'll have to send an email to the Clan brothers and see what the answer is.
Yeah. Jesus. It just floors me, the amount of absolute ignorance that I'm seeing happen. And it's like that debate they had yesterday. I'm sitting there listening to them, and these are Republicans on this board and shit, listening to these other fuckers on this panel, saying, well, we need forgiveness and we got to understand and we should pass this amnesty and all that shit. And I'm like, one, if they even fucking consider that, then they can go get fucked too. Because I'm sorry, I want the motherfuckers that are responsible. Because we all been saying, anybody with half a fucking brain has been saying since the beginning that this shit is fucked.
Yes.
So, there isn't no, there's nothing about forgiveness. I want accountability.
I want forgiveness, but by being ridiculed and persecuted.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the forgiveness comes in. For them, I want accountability and public hangings. That'll do. I'm not hard to get along with. Public hangings will do. A few floggings here and there.
Wait. I want a pay-per-view. That way we can take down the national debt too.
No, free to air.
Oh yeah,
free to air.
Free to air. And it should be played. It should be played 24/7 too.
Oh look, it would have to be, because there's plenty of them that are volunteering to. It's like physiotherapy. You stretch the neck a little bit,
I laugh about this, but it is fucking sickening.
Oh look, mate, I've got to go and vote. I think next week or whatever. And I cannot get the information I want.
Imagine that.
Because they have this two-party preferred. Well, fuck that. I want to know about
bullshit.
I want to know about the rest of the people in the race. And after I cast my vote, which is going to be passed on somewhere else, I want to know fucking how far down the chain it goes before it comes back around to the cunts that I really hate. And if it's going to be like that, I won't vote. And then they'll say to me, "Oh, you'll be fine because you didn't vote." And I'll say, "Well, I was going to, but there was no one to vote for."
Well, the whole thing is preferred choice or ranked choice voting, whatever you want to call it.
Well, you have it there.
Biggest load of fucking horseshit that's ever been fucking brought about when it comes to elections. That's one way they can guarantee the fucking slug that wouldn't get third fucking place gets into office, because then they split the upper parties.
Well, see, we've got a wonderful Anthony Elbow Sleazy representing a party in government that out of the primary vote didn't even get 30%. So whoopee fucking do for that. It was because of all these little deals with everybody else that gave him the secondary vote. That's why I believe one man, one vote, that's it.
Exactly.
But they keep that second vote going down the fucking line that far that it's like, at the end they've got the maggots on the fly rod and they're just picking up a couple of trout down the back end, Yeah. Please excuse me for a couple of ticks, Robert. I've just got to go to little boy's room.
Go ahead, man. Well, I'll tell you, Steve, I couldn't believe that shit when I was hearing it come out of her mouth. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Basic high school biology course, and you know that.
I'm still eating, so I'll be another 10 minutes. But I don't know what video you're watching, but there's hundreds of them. There's hundreds of primary school teachers coming out to 5, 6, 7-year-old kids and explaining to them all about why they're now a man and they were a woman, or they're a woman and a man. It is ridiculously horrible.
Yeah.
And I'm not a violent man, but I would shoot them all. Because to me, it's just child abuse. Nothing more, nothing less. It's child abuse. I got no time for it. But there's hundreds of, I don't know which one you're talking about in particular, Robert.
Well, this was out of a fucking politician's mouth.
All right. I've not seen that. But
I'm like, this person is that fucking stupid, but yet they managed to get into an office in politics.
Yeah, although I'm eating, I've been listening to everything you said. Yeah, and
well, go ahead and eat your dinner, dude.
The guy that had his stroke. How the fuck does a guy who's had a stroke? I mean, I know Biden's president, but right. I couldn't help myself, Robert, but I'm going to disappear for another
Yeah, go ahead. Knock yourself
5 or
out.
10 minutes.
I didn't expect
care,
you to
Blue.
reply to me, dude.
I couldn't help it. I get so angry about that sort of thing.
Oh, I know.
See you in a
ain't
bit.
the only one, guy.
Good boy. Good boy. Okay.
Zeke, you ain't wrong. We are surrounded by a bunch of fucking morons. We're also surrounded by a bunch of morons that want to accommodate the fucking bunch of morons. That blew my fucking mind yesterday. They're saying, well, we need forgiveness and amnesty and shit. Well, they still got fucking schools, colleges, stores, all kinds of bullshit trying to push this shit on people.
Yeah. Lockdown, mask, and jab.
You want to let him out?
You want your bagel toasted?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I sat and listened to that damn thing for 2.5 hours yesterday. Which, frankly, it shouldn't have taken them more than a half an hour to say what they need to say. But you know how they got a fucking grandstand and everything and make it sound like they're, actually going to fucking do something. And I'm like, if they allow that or they fucking do that, I got no fucking use for the Republicans either. Fuck them all.
It's interesting that the labels on political parties and and their so-called stance on things, where I'm sure there's plenty of independent people that are more community based on what's going on community wise because of the funding factor don't get the airplay. Your CNNs, or here the major news outlets and that don't promote them.
Well, no, they won't because they're fucking owned by the corporations that they're lining the fucking pockets of these sons of bitches. It's bloody near criminal. It's bloody. No, it's not near criminal. It is. Yeah, absolutely.
Because
this is one thing I will say. All of us from all these different fucking Western countries have allowed our political systems to be fucking twisted. And like I said before, when it comes to the constitutions and shit, there's no fucking gray area there.
And it's something that it goes back to dictatorship, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion. That our system, like where I live, is it's been, the electorate has been split. Once upon a time, it was a rural area. Then they split it once, and then it was we were into the more what would you call it? Labor force type stuff. That was more towards the agendas, and then we got split off again. That went to a higher populace, which was really a different agenda because of that area is more suburbia. And I dare say they'll do it again. So that in realism, they're manipulating the vote based on area.
Well, that's what I was talking to Pete. I was talking to somebody about the Electoral College here. They say, well, we need to get rid of that and all that shit should be one man, one vote, one thing. What they don't understand is that was put in so the cities couldn't rule over the rural areas. And in my opinion, they didn't go far enough. If they would have taken it down to the county level, where each county makes their vote and all that stuff, and then that counts as one, each county. We wouldn't have this fucking bullshit going on if that was the case. Because like right now where I live at, the fucking cities in southern Michigan, as far as area-wise goes, isn't even a tenth of the fucking state rule the whole fucking state. And that's bullshit.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I believe in the fallacy of democracy.
Well,
I don't believe.
Not what people think it is.
It is a fallacy, but the whole thing about it is where we are, you know, it's kind of what's best for or representation for the multitude. But it's turned into a dictatorship because you live in Bumfuck Junction, I live in Bumfuck Junction, and we're dictated to by a majority that live in suburbia with no idea of what goes on around them. As far as they can think about food sources, anything, they go to the supermarket. They've got no idea. And
well, they're going to have an idea pretty soon because they're not going to be able to buy shit at the fucking store.
Yeah, and that's why I say they keep on manipulating where I live as far as the electric boundaries. You know,
redistricting. Same thing here.
Yeah, I only have to drive from the CBD of the town I live. I only have to drive less than 1 kilometre, and I'm in a different electorate.
Yep.
That's fucking bullshit.
Yep, and they do that to control the fucking voting. And
you're correct. And there's not a fallacy in that. It's not a fallacy in that. It's the truth. And so much for a clear and open vote. Why have electorates that say, well, okay, I live in the state of Victoria, so why don't I vote for anybody that's standing in that state? They don't want to do that. No, you can only vote for this person or that person or that person.
Yeah.
Where they form the government of my whole state, why can't I just have one vote for the person that I think suits what I think should happen in my state? Full stop.
Well,
sounds too easy for me.
On the surface, I'll agree with you, but when it comes to democracy, though, as I said, what happens is people who live out in the rural areas and aren't part of suburbia or the city or whatever end up getting fucked.
Yeah, and sideways too. Yeah, I agree.
You know, so fuck. You know, the telling thing for us here was, and when it first started, when Florida went the way it did, and when I don't know, you understand statistics, I would assume. And statistically speaking, if you had a sample size of the country as large as Florida, it should hold true across the board for the most part. Now, granted, you're going to have little pockets here and there that are going to be different, but for the most part, it should hold true across the country. Well, Florida ended up being the outlier, and the rest of the fucking country lost its fucking mind, presumably. But see, the difference is DeSantis got rid of all the fucking mail-in voting, the drop boxes, and all this bullshit, and hand counted the fucking crap. Magically, the Republicans fucking swept fucking Florida, which used to be predominantly Democrat.
Hmm.
And what happens now? Yeah, we all the races are close. They're within, 1% of the vote and all this. Fuck you. Oh, we got 5. Do we need to take 5 days to count the votes? Fuck you. I mean, you got 5 days that you need to figure out how many mail-in fake fucking ballots you need to go out and make, and
Can I have my 10 seconds?
You can have 40 or 50, Steve, if you want.
I don't need it. Well, yeah, I probably will do. Well, we both know it's going to be about another 30 minutes. No, all I was just say, Robert, look, we both know you know far more about this than me. But I think the Republicans are just as much to blame. Although you cite DeSantis, I would cite Jim Jordan.
Oh, for sure.
There's very few of them that are actually what I would call a Republican, libertarian. Most of them are so close to being a Democrat that it just makes me sick.
Yeah, they're fucking rhinos.
There's only a few of them that stand up and are counted. And that's the problem. That's why, in my humble opinion, that's why there wasn't a red wave. Because there's people looking at them and thinking, well, let's give you an easy example. It would be so easy for the Republicans to come down and say strongly against abortion. Because that's what the Democrats did. They came down and said, right, if you vote for us, abortions are plentiful. My moral ground is I don't like the idea of abortion. But the Republicans didn't come down and say that. Most of them were sitting on the fence. So that's what makes idiots like me and idiots like most of the people in America think, well, you know, this governor's been okay. My house price has gone up, and it's much softer than you think. But it's mostly the bloody Republicans' fault, I think. Right, I'll shut up.
Well, yeah, I'll agree with you on part of that, and another part I'll disagree with you on. The problem is to try and get anybody in there who, what I would call old school. You know, people who understand what responsibility and accountability for yourself is.
Right.
We can't have that no more. I mean, because, you know, we all got to have participation ribbons and all this bullshit. Nobody can lose. That's a big part of the fucking problem. That's how we get politicians in there that thinks everybody starts out as fucking female.
And also, Robert, they're trying to please all of the people all the time. They're just looking at votes rather than just say, look, this is what I believe. This is my point of view. This is what I believe in. Vote for me and I will do. I think DeSantis is one of the few guys that said that. And look how popular he's become.
Correct. But when it comes to that, okay, him getting in is an outlier. Because most of the time anymore, they're not going to allow somebody in with that strong a conviction.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
They do everything they can to make sure. Well, I mean, Christ, they've got groups going around now in different states where they'll claim that their candidate is a Republican, but they're being funded by the fucking Democrats.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if they get caught doing that, they need to be hung right on a fucking spot.
Yeah.
It's like...
What's the old expression? Anybody that strives to have power should not be given it.
Correct. Absolutely.
And that's what happens. And these people, I don't know what it's like in America, but in England, you've only got to be an MP for 3 or 4 years, and you've got a pension for life. A really good pension. And I would guess it's probably similar in America.
No, absolutely not. No.
All right. Oh, yeah, it is in England. Our Prime Minister lasted, she's called Liz Truss. I think she lasted for about 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Her pension is 128,000 a year.
Must be nice
for being the prime minister.
Oh, you're talking about politicians? Yeah, it is that way here. One fucking term.
All right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If you become a Senate a Senate member or a member of the House.
Yep.
You're made for life, really.
Yep.
You can relax. And that's without any grifting or writing books or after dinner speeches. Even our small country, the ex-politicians earn an absolute fortune doing after dinner speaking, writing books.
What makes them so fucking special? Nothing.
I know.
Other than they're good fucking liars. Most of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. I couldn't disagree. I couldn't agree with you more. Anybody who wants power, you've got to be suspect of. There are a few. But I would guess 5% on a good day. 5% of politicians are just honest people trying to change the world for the better. Other 95% are just looking after themselves.
Well, I would like to have the power to regain sense and sensibility and a TARDIS.
Where are you going to go, Johnny, in your TARDIS?
Back to the past when sense and sensibility was around.
You see, I'm not even sure about that. I think that the one thing that's come out of where we are alive today is that we can see all the bullshit. The bullshit is much, much clearer. And that's because of communication between common people. People like me, you, and Robert. We didn't have that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years.
Yeah, correct.
Most of us only heard what our governors wanted us to hear. So I think if you went back in your TARDIS, you'd find it just as silly. But I don't know. I'm just saying. I think although we're horrible about it, the great thing about living today is that we are having these conversations because we know so much about it. And I don't mean because I'm clever or whatever. It's because we know far more about what's going on in politics than people did 50 years ago. We can see what's happening because there's so much communication, there's so much information. Now, don't misunderstand me. I know you're going to say we don't know everything. Couldn't agree more. But we know far more than we ever did.
You know, I think because we have internet, we have a lot of things nowadays. But what we don't have is the real facts and figures. A lot of that's manipulated.
Absolutely.
And that's what I don't like. I can remember when I was a young fella writing longhand letters to my cousins that were in Alberta in Canada. And your turnaround time would be 2.5 to 3 months.
Right.
And now I can write an email, which my turnaround time would be, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
So the world to be able to connect, and that's why the manipulation. And how many times do you get phone calls from, oh, we're doing a survey on this, and we're commissioned by fuck off. They're doing public opinion stuff on the bullshit they're throwing out there. In other words, they're cloud seeding, to see how it's going to flow. The social media, the ability to have connections and that. Is both good and bad, because most people vote. They listen to a politician, or the written word, and they relate it to what that does for them. Different walks of life have different views on that same statement. But like I say, because of multitudes, that person will get in. Just because they say something doesn't mean to say that's whatever. That's where the other wonderful thing about the internet, you can actually research a person.
Well, they've gotten good at hiding information on that too, in a politician.
Well, you can usually find out that they had a girlfriend when they were younger and pumped out a child, and they got arrested a couple of times for drunk and disorderly, and they've got unpaid debts, and that about sums pretty well a lot of them up.
Well, but I'll tell you though, that doesn't seem to make a difference. Now, I'll give you an example. DeSantis' opponent was Chris Christie. Him and his wife had been convicted felons for defrauding the state when he was the governor last time.
Oh, that's a wonderful
and
exhibition.
People still fucking voted for him.
That's a wonderful well, in this country, if you are a felon or something like that, you are not eligible to stand for any public office. You can't even be a mailman because you have a felony. Once again, God bless America. Ah, dear. Once upon a time, I think Steve will back me up, America was always portrayed as, the wonderful country, the whole lot of it. And, we're going to save the fucking world. Yeah, like fuck.
In the I guess the 70s, it really was. Everything we looked at from England, 60s, 70s, everything in America was bigger, better, and lovelier.
There was a time when this country actually had some fucking pride. Those days are gone.
But Robert, that's why I don't understand. Why would you want to lose that? But no. It's a stupid question. Sorry, mate.
No.
We've done exactly the same in England.
Well, that's what I was just going to point out. It's been the slow creep across the whole Western world under the guise of accommodation and tolerance and all this bullshit. The huggy, kissy, hey, you need a crying room bullshit. And that's what it comes down to. That's what you end up with.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, You know, just by the mere pragmatism of shit, this is what we ended up with. And Steve Anderson, Trump did not get impeached. He did not get kicked out. None of that bullshit. That's a fucking lie. That's another thing too, is bullshit that's put out there like that, and it's a lie.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's some things that I think Trump's an idiot about too, but he did not get impeached.
No, absolutely not.
That shows you. I'll tell you straight up. Trump had to have been pretty squeaky clean because they were checking every ass hair he had, and if they could have found anything, the impeachments would have been successful, but they couldn't find squat on him. All this bullshit they're doing is these fucking leftists trying every fucking thing they can. If he had a fucking hangnail wrong, they'd convict him for something.
Robert, I couldn't agree more, but the big problem is that the leftists have control of the media at the moment. I think it's changing.
Well, that's the other thing, too. You can't believe what you see in the fucking news anymore.
No.
None of it. If they told me it was fucking raining, I'd have to open the door and check before I believed it.
Well, but my point, what I'm trying to say from earlier on, Robert, is maybe it's always been like this.
No, it hasn't.
But we haven't been able to do what you, me, and Johnny are doing now. That's my thought. That you're suggesting things are getting horrible and worse and yucky. I'm thinking maybe it's always been like this, but the people that didn't have access to media, didn't have access to conversation, didn't have access to this sort of thing, just didn't know.
Well,
that's how I look at it. I don't think anything's really changed. I think politicians have always been horrible.
You're always going to have a level of corruption in any system. In any system, you're going to have a level of corruption. I don't care if it's politics, business, it doesn't matter. But this has been a slow creep for a very long time.
Yeah.
You know, I'll give you for example, Nixon resigned over something as simple as recording, breaking into the Democrats' office or whatever to get paperwork and shit on him.
Yeah.
Okay, he resigned over that. The reason he resigned because he'd have gotten fucking hung if he didn't. But yet we got politicians now doing shit that's 1,000 times worse, and everybody just pulls it off like it's no big fucking deal. They don't hold the motherfuckers accountable. You want to know why?
Yeah.
Because they're too busy worried about little Johnny not getting his participation fucking ribbon, and he's crying in the fucking corner.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
No, I agree totally, Robert, but I don't know the answer. I really don't. I got no idea.
I do.
Go on.
I know the fucking answer. It's got to do with fucking oak boards and some fucking hemp rope.
Yeah.
You know, that's another thing too.
Well, the only country it's going to happen in is America. It's not going to happen in Australia. Not going to happen in Canada, and definitely not going to happen in the UK. It's up to you guys, really.
Well,
but you know, there's many people from the UK went to fight in the Spanish Civil War against communism. Even at my age, if you had a civil war in America, I think I would get on a plane and come and join in.
I don't know if we have a civil war in this country, Steve. You probably wouldn't have, because by the time you got here, it'd be over with.
All right. Yeah. But I'm just talking about the principle of the matter.
I understand totally. Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to speculate as to what's going to go on, but I know. All it's going to take now is that little spark. So I said before, it's just going to be a little spark now, and shit's going to fucking blow. Because there's some seriously pissed off fucking people.
You're more optimistic than me. I mean, there should have been a red wave.
Oh, absolutely.
Nowhere near a red wave. You know, the country's on its fucking knees, and they're still saying, "Oh, Biden's okay." I mean, it's just disappointing, to say the least.
Realistically, Biden's only a puppet.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. Yep.
At least Trump, regardless right, wrong, or whatever, he stood up, expressed his views, and the majority of the country agree with what he was saying.
Well,
whenever you listen to Trump haters, all you have to say is, okay, he's a horrible man. I can understand why you hate him. Can you name me one policy that he enacted that you're against? And nobody has an answer to it.
Well, here's the thing. He signed 5 peace treaties. He didn't start any fucking wars. And was trying
that's
to
a big thing, Robert.
Out of fucking wars. He did what he said he was going to fucking do. All the whole time where they were trying to fine tooth comb through every ass hair he had to try and find something to fry him on.
Yeah.
Now, granted, is he an arrogant asshole? Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I can understand why people, but why do people want to like somebody? I don't understand that at all. I just want a politician that is going to make my country better, make my life better.
AB,
why do they think?
Hold on. AB, here's the problem. Trump didn't do what Obama did. What Trump should have done is went in there and fired every swinging dick he could have fired.
Yeah.
And put in people who were not lifelong fucking bureaucrats.
Yeah. Well, look what changing the subject slightly, Rob. Look
let me finish this, Steve.
Go on there. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
The thing of it is, he's not a biologist or a virologist and all that stuff, so he can only go by what he's being told. And you can't tell me when all this shit started that it didn't scare the living shit out of everybody.
Absolutely. We saw all the places in China being locked down and people locked in the houses.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was scary.
So you can't tell me that didn't scare the living fuck out of everybody. So he was listening to the fucking Fauci, who, by all intents and purposes, should have been the man for the job, but he's a crooked fucking bastard.
Is AB arguing against it? AB, you saying, oh yeah, that's why, that's who you're arguing it. Sorry, Robert, I wasn't looking at the chat. You're arguing against AB.
Yeah, I thought you knew that.
No.
Well, I believe we all, and this is across the world, we all agreed the two-party preferred system is bullshit.
It's a guaranteed way for them to get shitheads in.
The one real part about it, we the people try and form the best government to do the best they can for us. Unfortunately, over the many years, that has been eroded, so they do the best they can.
Oops, sorry.
It's not a win-win situation. It's they win, you lose. And it doesn't matter what friggin' country you're in, because it's all the bloody same. And through the wonderful thing called the internet, everybody's talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Where our countries have been bought out, sold out, fucked over by politicians, and then the ones that were the slaves that are rising up to be the victors, now they want to ridicule them and whatever. Well, it's only really looking in the mirror of what the prior did.
And just to be clear to AB, although it sounds like we're against you, we're really not. We absolutely adore another opinion.
Well, that's the other thing too.
But
we've lost.
You have to jump on the panel, and tell us we're all talking bollocks. We'd love it. We really would. And you wouldn't be interrupted. You can have your however long you want to talk. That genuinely, that's what this channel is all about. In fact, we do worry sometimes that we all think a bit too much the same. So if you can jump on the panel, you'll be more than welcome, sir. Honestly. It's not bullshit.
Steve Anderson, I agree with you on that. That was the first thing that clued me in. It says something didn't smell right.
All right, hold on. I'm missing this. All I've got is girls 18 online.
Don't worry about them. Handle it.
All right.
Yeah. Now here's another thing. Not to change the subject, but being them on the naughty thing, they must be running me through a different filter, because all my shit is 5 seconds behind everybody else's now.
Right.
Oh, well, actually, the funny part about it is Steve's half an hour behind everybody else.
That's a good line, Johnny. That's probably the best I've ever heard you say.
Oh, yeah. Look, Steve.
It's very true.
You know, I only take. Don't
you worry about your. No, it's a great line, isn't it? Don't worry about your lag. Steve's half an hour behind all of us.
Yeah. No, I like to take the piss, and everybody knows that, and it's in jest. If you want to tell me I'm an
Johnny,
arsehole,
I know. That's why I laughed at it.
Yeah, if you want to tell me I'm an arsehole, get in line.
No, absolutely not. That's a great line. Johnny, I am mostly here for a laugh and a joke. I love talking to Robert because I'm a big fan of America. I really am. I love the American Constitution. I think to have done that 300 years ago, and it to be such a precise agreement that just clarified what people needed from life, I think it's just beautiful.
Yeah, but
there's no other word for it. It's just beautiful. Say again?
Now, if our politicians would just fucking abide by it, and our judicial system.
Exactly. If you just said, look, we're going down different roads, let's just go back to the Constitution. It is just perfect. How the hell these guys came up with it, and they must have done it bloody quickly, Robert, because, all shit was hitting the fan, and they came up with probably the best document, certainly very close to the 10 Commandments. I suggest almost better for keeping a country. And they did that so quickly and so... Look, I want to shut up. But no, I'm a big fan of America, Robert. And we're being invaded again. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, AB. No, actually, AB, it's not StreamYard portal lag. I have the same thing even when I'm running my own stuff. We tested it against another one. And yeah, definitely 5 seconds behind. Because I think once you're on the naughty list with the politicians, they run you through a different algorithm.
Are you on the naughty list again?
I'm not off it.
Oh,
I got 90. I'm on parole for 90 days.
parole. Good morning, everyone.
Paula, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't know if you listened earlier, but I have a new step grandson. My wife has a true new granddaughter, grandson. Sorry.
Well, congrats.
So yeah, life's good.
I hear you there. I get to go pick up our oldest granddaughter this afternoon for the weekend.
Okay. How old is your oldest?
11. Our oldest.
That's your oldest.
Our oldest kid.
Oldest grandchild.
11.
All right. How old do you think my oldest grandson is?
Well, fuck, you're ancient, Steve. What, 30?
I know. But it's a good analogy. Go on, Paula. Have a guess. I know I sound very young and virile, but how old do you think my oldest grandson is?
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm going to say a teenager.
28. 28.
See, I was close.
Yep, Robert was closer.
Yep. It's because I started young and my daughter, for some unknown reason, started young as well.
Well, like in our families, it's nothing to have pictures of 5 generations. All in the same place.
Okay.
We had 4. Grandpa.
Hold on, my children are fighting. Hold on. If you want to hear fighting, open the door. There we go. Sorry, but I just wanted to show what I have to live. Because obviously sometimes people think I don't come on here because I'm a lazy cunt.
Well, no, you got life.
It's so difficult when we're nearly bedtime now, so it is nearly my time when I come on.
Right.
And I feel guilty coming on early.
I wouldn't. Oh, well, yeah.
I do, yeah, because the children come home from school, my wife comes home. Hello, Papa, how are you? You know, and sometimes I get so involved in conversations here, I'm going,
damn.
I'm talking, and I feel horrible afterwards.
Well, that's what I said. Everybody's got life to deal with, which I've got to go deal with. I've got to go take care of these fucking legs again, so I must bow out. If you guys are still on when I get done, I'll jump back up.
How long are you thinking of being going for a run, Robert?
Run? I don't fucking run. If you see me running, you know shit's fucked up, dude. If I'm running, that means I run out of bullets.
All right. Oh, that's a line. That God, what a line.
Yeah, I don't. Fuck that. I don't run. I did enough of that shit in the military.
He has a hard time.
Now, there's a great line, though, Robert. That came straight off the cuff.
What's the truth?
The only time you see me running is I've got no bullets left. Brilliant line. Love it.
So, yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit if you're still on.
Take care, Robert.
All right, later, buddy.
Bye, Paula.
Bye, Steve. Talk to you later, dear.
Right, it's just me and you again, Johnny. We got two choices. I think, look, we've talked about everything we're going to talk about. I think we either, hold on, my door's open. We either persuade somebody else to come on panel so we got somebody to talk to, or we call it a night. What do you think? I'm talking to myself. Johnny's gone as well. Okay, AB, jump on the panel, mate. Don't need to show your face. Hide your camera, no problem. Steve Anderson, same for you, sir. I'm quite happy to stay here for a while, but hold on. What's happening now? All right. I'm quite happy to stay here for a while and chat to you another hour or two. But Johnny and I have slept together for many nights. We know each other too well. We need a different point of view. Oh, fuck. Oh, honey, tell me when you're coming in here. You lie. So, as I was saying before I was really interrupted, we really need one more person on the panel just to give us a new subject. As we all know, I can talk bollocks all night. But that's not really fair on the 10 people that are watching. Oh, excellent. UV. Thank you, sir. I think we need, looking at the screen that I can see, I think we need the name of our band, our gang, a quarter of the screen. Because at the moment, I love the design. It's brilliant. But all we can see is black, black, and more black. So I think across the top of this, and we didn't even think about this when we were trying to design it. Didn't even think about this, but you need the name Zounds across the top quarter of the screen. What do you mean by Zig? Where are you going? I actually quite like that name. Peeve sounds a little bit like perverted, but still a good name. This will show my age. The first Jerry Anderson puppet thing I ever saw was called Farball XL5. And it had a robot in it and a sexy girl, professor, and the star of the show was called Steve Zodiac.
Hey guys.
But the reason Isaac,
Huey,
welcome,
Steve,
sir.
Steve and Steve. Johnny.
I was out the back.
Fucking hell.
I was out
What's
the back
happening?
having a cigarette, and then all of a sudden the crowd turns up.
Why the fuck weren't you looking at the door? Bloody hell, Johnny. You got no idea how to run a channel, have you? You just let all these vagabonds in randomly. Fuck me.
He did. He let the floodgates open.
Oh, you know what? You
Yeah.
know what, Steve? I realised you needed some entertainment.
Yeah.
No, Johnny,
Johnny flick his fingers and then we come. We all come
I was
from Johnny.
more than happy just listening to my own voice. Quite happy. Don't need anybody else. I'm okay.
Mr. Perrin, that's what we're here for.
Fuck off, Oz.
As we go silent, Mr. Perrin,
Yeah.
you have the floor.
Fuck off. You trigger me too easily, mate. I don't know how you do it. I think I think it's almost like a man playing with a woman's pussy. I don't know how you do it, but you trigger me so easily.
Stop it with the
You're
big
a
words.
fucking cunt. Leave my pussy alone. Fuck off.
What the hell, man? I jump on here and now you start fighting? What the fuck is going on, man?
We're coming in.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to mute myself while Man of Oz makes a fool of himself.
All right. We're coming into Christmas. So the floor is yours, Mr. Perrin. Do not ever mute yourself. We're coming into Christmas. The floor is always yours. Go ahead, Mr. Perrin.
I find this very interesting.
Excite us.
Man About Oz is Mr. Perrin's G-spot.
What the hell?
You learn something new every day, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. So, first of all, I got to ask: is this a new name now, man? I was surprised this morning. I woke up and I thought, "What the heck? What is this? What is this channel?"
Yubei, this is a progression because other channels using different parts of the original name.
Yeah, I realized that. Yeah.
It led to some confusion.
Oh, okay.
And the real thing is our game plan, our whole lot, hasn't changed. So at the end of the day, in reference to other people talking about different stuff, we just decided we need to move away from that, to really separate ourselves from others, and that's what we did as the group that runs the channel. We selected a name and things like that. It wasn't done in a knee-jerk reaction. It's taken quite a while. So, but the consensus with us and a lot of our supporters that we actually basically segregate ourselves from others, so there's no confusion. Now, what they do is what they do. Good luck to them. What we do is what we do, and now we're totally separate from getting grouped into something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I think it was a good decision.
Johnny has just given you the official line, Sig. The real line is, we tried to do everything possible to escape Man About Us, to hide away from him, and he's found us. So all our plans are being shot to pieces. He's still fucking here.
Steve, that's a bit of a cheap shot, isn't it? Now he's going to fucking retaliate.
We were hoping we'd lose you as well.
Oh, fucking take a look in the fucking mirror, will you?
I'm only joking.
No, mate. Just shut up or you'll get your ass smacked.
It's only half joking.
Half joking? Hang on, fully joking or half joking? Which is it?
Hang on. I'll have to go back and change that thing in the description. Light banter.
Yeah. I can't believe it. How long have you been waiting at the back door to come in?
Since I started sucking on my cigarette.
Yeah. Absolute correct timing.
Morning, Steve.
G'day, Will. How you doing?
I'm speechless.
Speechless.
But no, genuinely, I am really pleased that you've joined the new gear, the new stuff. I know you don't believe me, but I honestly am.
Hey, Will, good to see you, man.
Good to see you too, bud.
Hey,
I'm always around.
A new person. Hello.
I'm one of those people who've been on YouTube doing this shit longer than everybody's getting into it today.
I think you have, because I recognize the name.
So this motherfucker's been doing it since 2017. Shut your mouth.
You haven't aged a day.
I haven't aged a day. I'm only 34. I shouldn't have that aging effect yet, other than the bald here.
What? Oh, wow. Thank you.
Well, the whole thing about it, mate, if you're starting to get a little spot at the front, there becomes a race between the front and the back.
Yep. And my brother already has all this gone, so I know it's coming. It's okay.
Treat it like that. Treat it like the Gremlins thing. You know, when you put water on it, you go crazy. Just put water on it at parties and just go absolutely insane.
The best part of that movie Gremlins is when they put that little sucker in the microwave.
I like the bar scene. You know, they're all sitting around the bar with a fag in their mouth. Remember that one?
What's funny is you go back and look at some of these horror films from the 80s and 90s, and you look at their special effects and everything that they did. You're like, oh my gosh, it looks like a B film from YouTube now.
Yeah, it does.
Actually, the scary part about it, that ET phones home and all that, that's like Stephen's place. He's got the bike wheel out the front with the fucking.
Well, have a
wires
look at
hanging onto
Stephen
it.
first. Have a look at Stephen first. Then we'll understand why. Stephen, how you going, mate? We're just, not Stephen in Thailand, Stephen Clark, Mr. Clark. How are you, sir?
Oh, you're not talking about Perrin then, are you?
No, we're talking about you now, BT.
Well, the thing is with banter, everybody takes their turn.
There you go, live in person, Mr. Clark.
You know, the thing about it is life's too short if you can't have a laugh and a joke.
Fuck yeah.
And take the piss out of each other.
Fuck yeah. Well said.
If you're going to give it, you've got to be able to take it, Johnny. Is that correct?
Bend over, bitch.
Oh, you've been in jail before. Ooh.
Just don't drop the soap.
He went one better. He went army.
That's right.
Oh, goody, I'm getting locked up again. Ooh.
I'm just muting so the dog's barking doesn't overcrowd everybody's conversation.
Barking's good, and laughter and stuff in the background is good. Don't worry about stuff happening in the background if it's good.
Well, there's 4 dogs getting excited for dinner or breakfast. So.
What sort of dogs? Show us the dogs.
2 Akita Chows, a Doberman Pinscher Plot Hound, and a Basenji.
Show us, dude. How exciting.
Just right there,
yeah, well, what are they like on a bun?
They're not a sausage dog.
Hot dogs.
Did you got one more? I remember you had 3 dogs.
Wow, look at that.
They're excited.
There you go.
Hey,
That's
hey. You see that over on that Aztar, what is it, Acme? Guy gets in there with blue heelers.
He slipped.
An American guy. He's got all the blue heelers.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
Blue Heeler's always been a funny dog to me.
He's been around for a while, Stephen.
You need space for a blue heeler. You need a lot of space.
Oh, yeah.
They need to be. They can be very domineering, but the thing is, they need something to do. They need to be challenged every day.
They're a working dog.
Yeah, exactly right. That's
Colorado.
They need a garden hose all to themselves.
Porch all the time.
Yeah.
He was a cute little dog, but he looked like he hated his life. He had like 6 feet of freedom.
Oh yeah, it's sad.
You're like, why does some people have dogs if they're not going to give them the exercise or life they should?
Lois.
well.
Yeah, Lois.
The unfortunate part about it, like in Australia, it's pretty common coming up to Christmas, birthdays and stuff. They give little kids a puppy, and the puppy grows up, gets out of the puppy stage, and without any training, it turns into a little prick, and they piss the dog off, where in actual fact, ownership of a dog should come with a bloody permit or something, because it's not the dog's fault.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like, I hate to just judge people, but like, for instance, my neighbor, he has right now like 5 little dogs. This time last year, he had 3 different dogs than he has right now that were puppies. So it seems to me like whenever they get to that getting in heat, 6 months, 7-month age, they're like, oh, I'm bored of these things. I'm going to get more puppies. So they hawk them on Craigslist or whatever they do. Get rid of those ones, and then they get another batch. And I'm over here like, what the fuck? Like, you get a dog, you keep it till it dies. You don't be like, I'm bored, I'm going to get a different one.
Well,
it's forever, man. It's forever.
I go along with what you're saying. My last dog was a fancy name is rehomed. In other words, a dog that some other bastard didn't want.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably the smartest dog in my life that I'd ever come across, and our association, until unfortunately I had to put him down because of different reasons, you know, he was wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
What was
but
it, Johnny? Sorry, I missed the breed. What?
Oh, he was a bit of Jack Russell, he's a mongrel.
Bitzer.
But
It's everything.
the whole part about it.
Johnny's icon.
Yeah, that's my icon. Exactly right, Stephen. But you know, like pictures
That's
like
more
that.
That's more Jack Russell.
Yeah, it's the more the pommy Jack Russell, but the whole part about it, that dog. If we were out and about and either myself or the wife got the camera out, that dog was in every photo because he photo bombed.
Yeah, because you used to show him the photos, didn't you?
Well, you know, the whole part about it.
So he knew what was what because you showed him the photos. Yeah, so he thought, "Fuck yeah, I'm getting in on this."
He was a part. He was a real part of the family. You know, we'd go shopping. He'd sit in the car and wait for whatever, and then check out all the bags and have a sniff and all the rest of it, and go, "Oh yeah, there's some stuff there for me, beauty." But perfect dog.
Now, Johnny, if we can get to a fact of what you just said, and one of those facts are routine, right?
Yes.
With small children, you can't sort of show and teach the dog that because there's too much going on all the time. But with you and your life, or someone like me in my life, it's more of a balanced routine, and a dog can pick that up and go with it. But when it's ski whip and it's everywhere, the dog is everywhere as well. Like they adjust to a routine and their environment.
That's
almost
right.
In the same way you're saying that, it's dogs also feed off the owner or the people of the house. So they're
exactly.
So if you have a chaotic kids going around, the dog thinks what we're supposed to do is chaos. So that dog in that mentality is just living right there going, okay, I'm going to be with the kids. We're all kids and we're all supposed to go crazy. But if you live in
ultimately the dog's mind,
kids are a little older, got a good routine, the dogs go, okay, then we have to be, they follow the leader.
Yeah. And Will, you might agree. You might agree, but your dogs, you've got so many, they will go with the child anyway because of their protection aura. They just protect the child at all times. They know you're the adult. They know you're the god of everything, the food especially, because you're the god of the food. But they will always protect the child. I've noticed.
Yeah, except my dogs, they don't really like kids because I don't have kids.
They're not used to kids being around.
Yeah, they're like,
because kids can grab a tail.
I don't like kids
either. Kids are around. They're like, we don't like these little humans. They are way too busy.
Because little humans, they grab tails. They do all sorts of stuff.
Yep, and the dogs are like, you know what? We'll go outside and hang out over here. Let those kids do what they do. Like they go different directions.
Well, the interesting thing is we can give advice about how to bring up a dog. A lot of people haven't perfected how to bring up their children, and then they give them dogs.
Well, mate, we're still working on Stephen Clark
kids these days. And I'm not
what did you just say then, man, about Oz?
I said we're still working on Stephen Clark because his microphones are still not up to scratch, and he's been working on them. We've been training him, like, Steve, this microphone for this and this microphone for that. And it's been 6 years, and he still can't get his microphones right. So as an example on how to train a little puppy is kind of the same. You've got to reward him. Like, you've got to say, yep, Stephen, that microphone works best.
Yeah,
you've got to give him a treat.
Now. Where can we tail?
Oh, don't tell me you're the man in the park with the overcoat and lollies.
All right, moving right along. Never mind.
The dogs have a unique feature where they will protect the innocent.
Well, exactly. Like, for instance, me and my wife, if we ever are just joking around and I go spank her butt or something, the dogs get right in line, like, don't you dare.
Yeah.
But if she does it to me, they get on my
That's mom.
Hey, don't you dare. No violence.
Should I say American mom? That's mom.
They have an instinct, and they go by the instinct.
In other words, you haven't let the dogs watch your computer screen all the time.
I get up, this dog takes my chair. People are like, wow, Will turned into a dog.
Yeah.
What's the warmth of where you were sitting?
Yeah, actually, dogs are. I'm a real dog person. I hate cats. I think the best thing for cats is craybait or bloody shark bait. But yeah, each to their own. Each to their own.
There's only a couple of cats in life I'll put up with, and they're just friends' cats.
Yeah, that's because you're after a bit of pussy.
No, but I just mean like they have cats, so you visit. You got to put up with their cats. So.
Yeah. And how do you go with the coughing up with fur balls?
I don't. You're just visiting. You have a cat.
Just the stench itself emanates throughout the room.
I don't have a cat. I wouldn't have a cat.
Oh yeah,
I'm just not a cat person.
If I have a cat, it's because I have a farm and a barn, and they can be barn cats.
Then you need the cat.
Yes, correct. And I used to have, when I was out on the farm, I had cats, and that was exactly their scenario, was to keep down rats and mice and shit like that.
The rodents, yeah.
Apart from that, they were just cannon fodder.
And it's a bit difficult where I am because they kill lyrebirds. But just difficult. It's not worth it. Don't have a cat where I am. Anywhere else in the world, yeah, sure, have a cat. We can't have a cat.
Actually, the other night I went out to have a game moment, and my birdies were a little bit unrest for that time of night. Banana King, g'day mate, how you going? That's normal, lost your cat. Anyhow, there was a cat sitting on top of the...
Cat? No, he didn't lose his cat. It fucked off. He just moved.
Yeah. There was this cat sitting on top of me bird cages. So I introduced it to a stainless steel piece of rod that I had, and
Robin Hood.
Well, I'm pissed off. It buggered off with me bloody piece of stainless steel, but I haven't seen it since.
What was it, John?
Oh, probably was it stuck in its head or something?
No, put it this way: it went in one end and come out the other.
Johnny, I missed something broke up. What did you spear? What?
I made a bet. He hit Cyclops in the back.
I was teaching him how to play catch with a piece of stainless steel rod that was very sharp on one end.
He goes, I haven't seen it since I buried it.
He hit Cyclops in the eye.
No, but it pissed off of me piece of stainless steel, and actually that was new neighbours moving in too. So there you go, Adrian. Don't move in next door to me. Good to see you, Adrian.
What's Banana doing? Come on, I want to hear the tale. He's moved, obviously. He's in now. He's got internet. So can we hear from Banana?
Yeah. Wasn't he over in like Thailand or something?
Banana is older than fossils of God.
Fossils of God.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, does it? Right.
Banana.
That's what Banana is.
Banana King was in the creation of Earth.
I just made up a new term, fossils of God.
Fossils of God.
That's going to go down in the history books.
Probably.
Great to see that he's there. Like, we haven't heard from him, what, 2 weeks now?
Oh, a few weeks, but he's had a lot on his plate. But yeah, well, didn't you keep the cat locked up in the bloody house for at least a week? Oh, well, it'll probably come back if it doesn't get rabbit trapped, crucified, whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is that other neighbourhood cats sort of bully it, and they know where you don't belong, mate. They're going to fuck it up.
Turn up at his old place, man, about Oz.
Well, that's another thing with cats. Yeah, that's another thing with cats.
Yeah, it'll end up in Brisbane.
Yeah, it'll fuck off. It'll go back home.
You got to keep them inside for a week.
When I think longer. Yeah. The older they are.
Yeah, longer than a week. They used to get they used to know the freaking environment first, man. Especially cats are not that easy to move anyway.
Hang on, Huey.
Hang on.
Look what Lana King wants to do.
This comment is an interesting comment. I should be out prowling the neighbourhood. And is that looking for the cat or looking for the local talent?
You know,
No, that's called snowdropping. Snowdropping.
It may
No,
be
snowdropping is totally different, Stephen. Please.
Is it?
Maybe it might be neighbourhood watch. Right? Might be neighbourhood watch. I think. I think it's neighbourhood watch. Keep an eye on my neighbours.
I don't think Lana King has any nightlife entertainment around him, has he?
Oh, he would have.
I think other than the old widows, he's got a selection of 17, 18 of those, but he's got no nightlife.
Oh, look, mate. There'd be the odd corroboree.
Yeah, there is the odd corroboree up there. I've been to a few.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
And the burning off.
Oh yes, there's nothing better to watch the burning of the cane
at sunset.
Yeah, that's a brilliant
Barney blaring in the background.
Graham Connor's a little further northeast here.
Remember Barnsley one?
Yeah,
with the sugarcane burning in the background.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how's that? Come out here as a Scotsman. He's lived there all his life from a little kid, and he still sounds like a bloody Scotsman.
Yeah, that's strange.
You don't lose it. An Irish buddy of mine lives in Georgia, and he still thick as thieves.
Yeah, this guy's thick with his accent. He's been an Aussie for so long. It's ridiculous.
What I love about it, it's funny because you can just think about going into society, like with the accents in South Georgia, you know, very thick Southern accent, and then they hear him, you know, you're like, wait, what is that? I don't understand you, you know?
Yeah. We understand most Americans, don't we, Johnny?
I'm not quite sure, y'all. Come back there tomorrow and whatever.
Well, you know, they used to have the Beverly Hillbillies was a good translation exercise. You know, what else you got?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Stephen. You're wrong, Stephen.
The Monsters was good. You could
but Stephen,
that one. What?
Stephen, do you understand most Americans? I do. I know.
Ellie Mae Clampett didn't have to say a word.
What about Scottish and Irish? What'd you say? What was that? Wow, some of them.
Some Scots with the real brosh fucking, you know, the overtones behind the back of their tongue, they get me sometimes, but not all the time. I can decipher them too. Americans, I think the Americans, they're easier than, because I suppose we've had to decipher the Scottish and the Irish. The Americans
depends on where they are at in Scotland. Like if you got the Glasgow accent, that's very thick. But if you start getting more into the hills and the mountains, you start getting slower down and more enunciation. You're like, I got this.
Oh, I wouldn't. No, you go up into their highlands.
Billy Connolly. Billy Connolly. I'm fucked if I know what he's talking about. Seriously, I got to really listen to him.
Oh, okay. So you can't decipher Scots. I can decipher Scots easy.
Not the accent.
I'd say 7 out of 10 people who hit my panel are usually Scot or Irish.
You have a panel?
Yeah, I go live every day, but.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
like you guys are saying. Like I don't see you all the time because I don't usually like surf.
No, well, I see you on different. Should I say channels? Channels, yeah. Channels.
All right, different other streams that people are on.
Yeah.
You used to be on MATLabs too, don't you? Bill?
I do occasionally say hi to him.
Yeah. I haven't seen him for quite a while. So
he's around. He's, you know, 6 shots and 2 blocks. he gets himself into some real drinking fiascos. You know, it's like 1 o'clock and he's already like, I need to go lay down. And you're like, okay, bud.
Huey.
Yeah.
How you been? Good to see you.
Oh, I'm all right. Generally.
Yeah.
Got my was in the hospital yesterday they took a probe out of the knee, checking for infection. They're gonna breed it now for the next 2 weeks to make sure that there's nothing inside.
Yeah.
No, Huey, you got that wrong. They're building a cyborg, Huey.
Whatever.
Yeah, they're using your genes and your everything else and to build it with the cells that you've just donated to.
Yeah. They're going to take you out and replace you.
I love you, Huey. I love all 50,000 of you that's going to be produced next year.
Oh, dear.
That's future talk. Imagine in like 100 years. That's what they're going to do. If you donate any part of your body, they're going to multiply that by 1,000 because it's going to be priceless. There's not going to be many humans left. It's going to be all robots and cyborgs, like Stephen Clark. He's half cyborg. Did you guys know? He's got an ear implant in his brain, like in his
I got 4 ears.
Did you say rear implant?
Well, I said something with E-A-R. All jokes aside, good to see you, and good to see Will. Good on you, mate.
Yeah, I can always come up and screw with you if you fucking ask nicely.
Oh well,
he's over there. I can't fucking sit here and talk all night.
I don't need to be here, so I won't need to ask you to be up here.
It was Steve who was speaking of. It was just let's see, Robert, John, and Steve up there for a minute.
They're all good people. Every person on this panel and the chat is good people.
You can exclude me out of that. I'm obviously garbage.
You're an arsehole.
There you go. Perfect.
We saw you spamming chat earlier.
Spamming chat. No, that's just my opinion.
You're guilty.
It's my opinion, man. Your opinion is spam.
Well, my opinion is you spam the fucking chat, so you're guilty of it. So don't do it again. No need to do it here.
Yeah, my harvest turned out fantastic this year.
What did you plant?
I had strawberry cough, super lemon haze, chocolate.
What's a strawberry cough? What's a strawberry cough?
The strain.
Like as in strawberries, but what are they?
No, marijuana.
Oh, that thing. Oh, okay.
Yep, the Motai.
Have you ever tested it on THC? How much THC is in there?
Probably could, but I don't. My test is I smoke it and I'm like, oh shit, that shit got potent this year.
Is it sativa or indica? What you?
This year I have 3 sativas and 1 indica. So it's mostly.
It's 500. It's 500 baht a gram in Thailand. That's enough for one smoke or two?
Well, a gram? I don't know. That's just one
gram,
for me. But
500 baht.
that's about 11 or 12 pounds up there right now.
Yeah.
Tons of it. So,
right.
The best thing about it is that you don't have to purchase it.
If you had that over here, you wouldn't see the light of day for about 10 years.
Right.
Longer.
How'd you let it grow it here, Johnny?
Not like that. But you couldn't keep it like that.
And the police that confiscated it would be happy for a long time.
And that constable would instantly be regenerated into a fucking senior sergeant overnight.
Oh, yes.
What's up, Spoon?
We caught you with 0.5 kilogram of
yeah.
And this constable caught you.
Yeah. And when you're standing in front of the judge, you say, no, it was 5.5 kilograms, Your Honour. They go, oh, no, the reporting officer said it was 0.5 kilogram. You go, oh, okay.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
They're like, but in the courts, we made a deal to where we changed the facts to where you only get charged this if you sign right here.
Yeah, they do that here, but it's
A bit
not
different
worth the
here.
paper it's written on.
Very, very different here.
Well, I was just mean like in general, like how the plea deals work in the court systems here. Like, for instance, I get pulled over, I have a pound of marijuana. And you go to court and you have your lawyer do your talks. And then there's before court, you have the lawyers talk to each other. Like, hey, we'll just say instead of it being 35 grams or whatever, we'll bring it down to where it was just 3.5. And he gets this as lower non-felonious charge. And if he just signs right here and takes this deal. It's all about conviction. It's about conviction.
Well, it's not only that.
It matter what they convict you of.
It saves the court's time, but you know, like here, if you sign here saying you're guilty of that, that's okay. That saves us the time of proving you're guilty, and we'll charge you with something else.
It makes it to where their court systems can just move forward without any actual investigation or paying people to do their job.
I hate to tell you, we, the taxpayers, are the ones that are paying them to do their jobs, and then they want extra payment to actually do it.
Yeah, illegitimate tax.
That's
another like secondary layer.
It's like double dipping.
Yeah. Oh,
have you any federal laws in Australia? Any federal laws, or is it different from state to state? If you're allowed to grow or to have
it is.
This last year in America, they've passed.
We have territories, so
it criminalized marijuana. But if they're like, oh, we'll release all the people in federal prison with marijuana charges, and yet there's how many people in federal prison because of marijuana charges? Not a fucking one. Not a fucking one.
The thing is,
all they did is leave it up to the states to make their own judgments and rules and laws upon it. And I just happen to live in a state where it's legal.
Here it used to be virtually, if you had a joint, they'd just about lock you up for 12 months.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you used to get it on the spot fine or something, Johnny? Is that correct, or am I wrong?
No, it depends on what it was, Steve. If it was a ridiculous fucking shitty little amount, it was just fucking nothing. They'd let you go. They'd take it off you and keep it for themselves. But anything over to that, they'd certainly charge you.
Yeah, and yeah. Well, the thing is, you can have for medicinal purposes or home use only. You can have a plant or two or whatever, as long as it's
you got to show government doctored documentation that you're It's not as easy as Mr. Pie.
But it's Mr. 1300. Oh, hello, my son. Oh, what can I do for you today?
It's Dr. How Long.
And that'll be $55 on your credit card.
You still need it, otherwise the cop will fucking.
Well, this week, and when they did the votes out in Colorado, they greenlit and legalized magic mushrooms.
Oh, that's not good.
That's fucking.
I think they are legal in Canada anyway.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well,
it's arsenic.
No, well,
what?
actually, Stephen,
what are you talking about?
The legalizing of the mushroom will fit in pretty good with their political system, because most of them cunts are fucking mushrooms.
Yeah,
that fucking it poisons you. Magic mushrooms. It puts fucking arsenic in your body.
See, you're so fucking wrong right there, dude.
No, it doesn't.
You're
so fucking wrong.
It depends on the doses you take, man. I mean,
and you get AIDS from sitting on a toilet seat.
No, fucking monkeys.
Yeah, now it's monkeys. Yeah.
Now it's monkeys.
Yeah.
It always started off by fucking monkeys, but now you know. I must admit it. A nurse's aid was okay in the day, but anyhow,
See, one of the studies which is interesting with magic mushrooms that they're doing is the benefits it's helping with people who are senile and or have Alzheimer's. It reroutes different neurons in their brain and detoxes their brain of heavy metals, which gives them better memory, better cognition, a bunch of different shit.
There's no evidence of detoxing the brain of heavy metals. I'm sorry.
Forget about that.
So
You can't detox the body of heavy metals, or yet alone the brain.
I thought divorce did that, detox the body of heavy metals.
Stop eating cheap peanuts is all I could say. If you want to stop heavy metals entering your body, stop eating cheap peanuts.
Yeah.
Don't eat peanuts.
G'day, Space Ranger.
Eat peanuts in moderation. Don't go over.
I live on peanuts. Peanut butter.
Moderation is good. Everything in moderation. Not too much of anything.
A man about Oz, you get herpes from peanuts.
Oh, I don't know about that.
What is this?
I just believe in one of them a little bit of everything.
Sci-fi shows.
A little bit of everything, not too much of anything.
Herpes.
Look, listen to me. When you go to the toilet, you grab hold of your cock, you go back up to the bar and wash your hands in the peanuts.
What I find interesting is he said
my
that
Lord.
we have arsenic poisoning from mushrooms.
Well, let's
or arsenic in an apple.
There's arsenic in almonds. There's arsenic in pear seeds.
Apples.
There's arsenic in apple seeds. There's arsenic in most things that you eat.
Well, you know how
In water.
you know how the man killed his wife with a razor blade, don't you? Or poisoned his wife. He gave her arsenic.
Yeah. A little bit of poo on the blade would have done it.
Yeah. But anyhow,
Way to go.
Well, that's, we in that term.
Dip your arrow in poo.
Technology, you can get a hair. You get a hair
Germ
lick from
warfare.
licking pussies.
Yeah, that's germ warfare. What you're talking about? The early form of germ warfare. You dipped your arrows in like some sort of
You want to take this?
crud. Give you infections, kill you.
Once it's done, I'll bring it to you.
We've just gotten more, we've just gotten more advanced at doing it now. Terrible, aren't we?
Yeah, America's just load a shotgun. It's easier.
What's going to happen in Arizona? I'm wondering.
Same
The
thing that
Republican
happens
Party and the Democratic Party. They're
All right, have fun, guys.
I think it's going to be almost 50-50 now. Nothing's
All
going to get
All right,
done.
I'll catch you later, mate.
Later.
See you guys.
Oh,
Bye.
See you later.
See you later, Oz.
Yeah. Bye.
Who's belling? That's a good picture there of some of the guys. Yeah, where's it? Where you at, Will?
I'm in
Oh,
Michigan.
he split. He's the guy who booed. Oh, Michigan. Oh, there you are. Oh, Michigan.
I'll take off too, Johnny.
Wow.
I'll take off too,
No
Johnny. I'll
worries,
give you a call.
Stephen. Catch you later.
I'll give you a call tomorrow, mate. All right. Bye
Okay,
now.
no
See you
problem.
guys.
Adios, Stephen.
See you later.
Take
See
care,
you later, Will. See you, Space Ranger.
Everybody's belling.
See you later.
Yeah.
Later.
It's okay.
Who's that? Who left then?
Steve Clark.
Yeah, the sun hasn't even come up here yet. Oh, who's left? Oh, Steve left. So that just leaves. Oh wait,
Yeah,
who's low
I
on
always have a
Hardy?
delay here too. There's always about.
I like the one with the dog, Johnny Siam. Is that your dog, Johnny?
Yeah,
That's a
mate.
cool looking doggy.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I like your doggy.
we had to
He's
put
gone.
him down about a couple of years ago. He developed hip problems and
Yeah.
It wasn't fair on him, and I really didn't want to do it, but
Oh no.
we but
No, you have to do it. The criteria
what's
to
the-
do it is obvious a lot of times. People have to tell you around you. Yeah.
The thing
Yeah,
is,
but-
they deserve it,
Animals
but
are
they're not-
tough, man.
We are
just think if you were a rancher, you know. Yeah, we're stewards of the animals on this planet, and we treat them like crap. But we treat our dogs better than we treat each other. So go figure. Go figure. You know.
Well, that I can honestly tell you that dog was treated like a human being, and he expected nothing less. Absolutely the smartest dog I'd ever had in my life, and I've had a lot of dogs in my time.
And dogs are great.
Man, it's tough, but you know, I know a guy he's a cattle herder, a cattle rancher here where I live, and you know, he has to put down horses and cows and stuff. Well, horses, that's a big deal. It's a big deal. He's a tough guy, man. He uses a 38 when he does it.
Yeah.
And he says that's the best way to do it with animals, big animals like horses.
It was out quick. Well,
crazy. I can never do it.
Well, if you have to go with
the
medicine,
I don't have the guts to do
injectables. That's fucking, what was it, $600 for the set?
Well, you know what? Yeah, and I heard they don't work sometimes. He told me sometimes they don't work right, and the
it doesn't work right if it's not put in the right sequence. Because what it is like, think of it like an epoxy, and it goes into the blood, part A, part B, and eventually it just hardens. It basically clots all the blood in the body to where you get a heart.
Man, that's a run. I don't like that. How come they just can't anesthesia it? I don't know.
It's just one of those that makes it to where you're gone.
Can't they use anesthesia? Yeah, well, anesthesia, overdose of anesthesia.
Yeah, that's
look at Michael Jackson, you know.
Yeah, that's what they do here.
And then AB.
Yeah, they put in the the old anesthesia type of thing, and they just keep on pumping it in until the heart stops.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But he says it's more. But you know, the cowboy I know, he said it doesn't work. Sometimes the animal suffers, so he just uses his 38 to put down big animals.
The one thing about it is it's hard to shoot your own dog. But if it's got to be done, it's got to be done. It's the same as if you look after animals, you got to be prepared to put them down. You know, when the time comes, we're
the stewards of the planet, so we're supposed to take care of animals, stupid animals. That means, but you know, yeah. I mean, it's nice when your pet just dies naturally, but most usually you have to euthanize your pet, which is a great way to go, man. You're holding your pet. They give the dog the shot. The dog's looking right in your eyes, and the dog goes to sleep. What more could a guy ask for?
100% correct.
What more could you ask for? You know, if it was with a person, and then the blessing is that dogs have no concept of death. They don't know. We must remember that. You know, they have no concept of time and space, or any of that, or aging. So I mean, you know, they lucked out. Yeah, we seem to be more worrisome over our pets than each other's. It's one of these paradoxical, things. I don't get it. We should be caring for each other, super good, and then our animals.
Yeah,
super good. But
well,
whatever.
I think I'm gonna get moving this morning. So if you guys are still on a little bit, I'll come back and say hey.
All right.
Well, I'm glad it's back on. I hope. Yeah, well, I hope nobody does porno on the channel anymore. You know? That sucks, man, because then it goes off, and then whoever does that is a jerk for that. It's
well,
so selfish.
If you have cognitive dissonance when they come up to the panel and you go, "Let me look at this." Okay, this one looks a little shady. Don't put them up. Be like, hey, let me get a 1 and 2 to make sure it's not a picture.
So they have to run that by somebody before they can do stuff like that, before they can put stuff out. I don't know how it works. Well, anyway,
They've got to
So
suck
somebody
you
got
in, Ranger. Yeah, they've got to suck you in
somebody
to put them on.
suckered you in, yeah.
Yeah.
So the guy,
But
the guy used deceit to get on. So the guy got on, used deceit, pulled one on. But the guy that the guy was supposed to see it before it happened. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's so immature. It is so selfish and immature. It's so what? Somebody just destroys everyone else's.
Some people's kids.
What
you
if
know, that's what they get their socks off. You know, whatever they want. Can't control others. You can only control yourself. So you
That's
guys have
the problem with this. Yeah.
Take
Yeah,
care,
we'll do, man.
Good to see you, man.
I'm about ready to do some other stuff. Later, Will. So that leaves 4 of us. I see. I love Laurel Hardy, man. I keep looking at that. That is so cool. I love those guys so much. My favorite comedians.
What have you been up to,
really
Ranger?
great.
I haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah. Well, they went off air for a while, you know, because of that shirt butt that did that thing, you know. But I've been working and doing stuff. I got a job working on working in like a ranch, sorta. I'm shoveling horse shit.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Nothing wrong with mucking out stables.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, and I'm helping out this woman. She's really old and a little bit, you know, like got some mental issues. She's got a bunch of horses, and I'm helping her with them and stuff. And there's a lot of horse shit to shovel.
Well, it's
like what I'm gonna.
You know, you've got something that gives you a bit of meaning, and it's not the most glorious thing in the world, but it gets you out of bed of a morning and gets you outside and doing shit, you know.
Oh, I don't mind. It's a mindless job. The horses come over and hang out with me. Sometimes they come right up to me and look at me and go, "What the hell are you doing?"
What state are you in?
I'm shoveling your poo. California. Oh. Yeah, I live up in toward Mammoth Mountain, up there that way.
If you would not have the camera, man, and I would just hear the voice, I would 100% say this is Minnie. He sounds 100% like Minnie, does he?
Oh, really? Yeah, I live up in the Sierras, kind of out by east of the Sierras. It's all desert, but there's mountains all around us too. It's pretty cool. It's awesome country, man. I live right below Mount Whitney. It's an awesome place, man. So, but there's no work hardly. So I end up shoveling shit. What do? I shovel shit. Cop stops you. They used to ask you what you did long time ago. Now they can't ask you jack. They used to say, "Well, what do you do for a living?" Shovel shit.
Space Ranger, can I just add to what Johnny said? There's nothing wrong in doing a humble job.
Oh,
absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, it's admirable to do a humble job. But my question is, as you're shoveling the shit, is there any chance you're going to shag the woman that's employing you?
Oh no, she's got some Alzheimer's situation going on. It would not be fair and a fair thing for me to.
But would you, if you could,
think of that? What? No, because I've changed my whole life. No, I don't do that stuff, man. Okay. What I do now is I don't look for sexuality. I look for sensuality in a woman. See, there's a difference, you know. And also, I look for heart. You know, if the woman has no heart.
I haven't got to that stage of my life yet.
That's when you're old. That's when you're old.
I would only be shoveling shit. I would only be shoveling shit if there was a chance of a shag at the end of it.
Well, I'm telling you, what's cool is by doing this, I get to be around another person, a lady friend that I like a lot, because I'm working for her mother.
And even though this woman's younger than me, about 15 years younger, you know, we're good friends. We just like hanging out with each other. But she knows I'd probably, you know, date her in a heartbeat. But she's got a younger boyfriend.
Actually, this is a really good conversation. Does anybody have girlfriends that you're not shagging?
Hey, they're the best ones.
Huh?
Think about it.
No, they're not.
Think about it.
No, they're not.
Think about it.
That's where
if you're shagging a
I
woman,
am so far off the line. No.
for me, they
Right,
are.
now I'm going to shut. Johnny, mute me now. I'm going to get. No. Girls do not become your friend. Even when they become your friends, they become like your little sisters. And that's horrible.
Well, we're all brothers and sisters, right?
Go on.
Aren't we all brothers and sisters? Didn't we come from this? Oh.
That sounds very hippie-ish, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's true, though. It is true.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Why not?
A man wants to shag a woman. You can have friends with Johnny. Sorry, mate. I'm gonna have to go away. But you're so wrong.
I'm just joking.
And I've fallen into the trap. I fancied a girl, and I've been a sort of simp to her. It was about 30 years ago, and she just became my little sister, and it was horrible. I still loved her.
Happen. What?
But
who wants to have a life sucked out of you? Well, listen, man.
I'm listening.
Come on, there's a little bit of preliminary stuff before I even want to be around women. One thing, she can't suck the energy out of me every time I'm around her.
Yeah.
That's the basics. That's the basic situation there. I don't want no sociopathic women. I don't want no sociopaths. I don't want no neurotic women. I don't want no women who have issues of anger or history or guilt or.
To be honest, Space Ranger, that's all you're going to get in the West. You'll never find a girl in the West that doesn't have all that baggage and all the hatred of men because she's been married before. She's had a husband that's been horrible to her or whatever.
That.
You will never find.
You think that way?
See?
I don't know if that's true. I can't. That's pretty an empirical statement you just made there, partner. Not to be judgmental, but I mean, pretty all encompassing.
I'm quite happy to be judged. Oh no, I'm going to move my mic.
These are attributes I look for in a woman. I don't look for attributes where she's like insecure and needy and clings.
Yes, but what?
I don't need that.
But what's the end goal?
Need that. The end goal is a normal, healthy, secure relationship based on all the things that are, trust, honesty.
So you're just looking for a mother figure rather than somebody to shag.
No, I'm looking for a helpmate for the rest of my life to be with. Someone to help me, to be with me and do stuff with me and to help me do stuff too. I'll help them. That's what it's all about. If you're not helping your mate,
come to Thailand. Come to Thailand. There's thousands of them that will be quite happy to be your soulmate.
No. I'm not gonna. I want someone closer to my age, man. I don't want some unintellectually unenlightened girl of 22 or something. Who needs that, man? My golly.
How about 35? I'm guessing you're roughly my age, or 60. You're 60 plus. Girl of 35, educated.
I'm not going to be doing that, man. Come on, man. What do I want to hook up with any kind of younger woman for?
Oh, yeah,
Maybe a
it's
little
exactly
younger,
what I'm
but
saying. So why do you want to be buddies with some woman? For what?
why would I want to be somebody that's not even from my country, that doesn't even believe in the same God as I believe in? Come on, man. They don't even believe. They're Buddhists.
So
they're Buddhists, and I'm a Christian. Why would I want to be with a Buddhist? You know, nothing against Buddhists.
You didn't introduce that into the.
No.
You didn't introduce that into the. You didn't introduce that into the original conversation. You didn't
I thought
say
everybody knew that
you only wanted to have a God-fearing woman. I didn't know that. I understand, yeah.
God loving.
If you only want a God-fearing woman, then
don't forget
you
God loving as well.
Yeah. All right.
I know there's the paradox: to fear something and to love something. To fear and to love.
I understand your point of view. You're looking for a God-fearing, God-loving woman. You're only going to find that here or maybe Africa.
Honest.
Women, there's lots of, or the Caribbean, there's lots of black women there.
Kind.
Sorry.
A kind woman.
I'm getting carried away.
Kind-hearted woman.
You can tell I'm getting a bit carried away.
Well, it's because, men have been stuck into this where, I mean, we got a bad rap too, Society's given us society's given men a real bad rap. We get all the blame for all the crap. We get all the blame for everything that goes wrong in a relationship.
Hold on, wait. I've got to do this first.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
But then again, I'm not a victim either. I outlived the victim mentality. Thank you. Man, it's still dark out here. That bitch, man. Oh. Really good picture. Good quality. I'm up before everybody in this town, probably, except for the deputy. There's one deputy in town. Oh wow. Some coffee. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Sun still hasn't risen here. Man. Man, this is really a good picture on here today. Can't believe the quality. Huh. Quality. Oh.
I guess we could all be happy that not everybody likes the same type of women and all that stuff. Can you imagine what the fucking battlefield that would be if everybody would fight about the same kind of females and stuff? So
that's why they'll have different models of robots when they come out. Sex bots. Men are such pigs. That's why we have to try hard. That's why we're supposed to be role models to the women, because we're pigs. So we're supposed to know better. Even though women tempt us to do things we should never do. Some things never change. Oh man. Oh, here comes the sun finally. Yeah. See how much it snows. It's supposed to snow on the average 1,000 inches up here at the ski resort near me every winter.
So
an average winter anywhere.
Is it? Are you close to the Yosemite National Park then?
Yeah, a couple hundred miles.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Tioga Pass. Yeah, we're only about 100. I think we're about 120 miles to Tioga. No, about 140. 140 miles to Tioga Pass. You know where the Lining is? You know where Mono Lake is?
I've never been there, but I
awesome
seen
country, man.
It's
pretty awesome.
I was just for 2 days in California, and that was in San Francisco. So
where are you at again?
I'm in Germany.
You're in Germany. How do you say your name? How do you say that? Way?
Uwe.
Uwe.
Yeah.
Uwe. You're in Germany, Deutschland.
Yep.
I see. Yeah. Well, Germans love it out here. I see Germans in Death Valley and coming up through Death Valley all the time. They go to Vegas and they drive through Death Valley, rent a car. They love it. They love the heat. It's like 120 in the middle of summer. I think they're insane myself, but Japanese love it. The Japanese love it too, man. They do the same thing.
I haven't been to Death Valley, but it would be way too fucking hot for me. I was in Vegas.
It's way too hot.
And Vegas was, I think we've been about 105 degrees, and that was freaking crazy hot, man.
Yeah. I'm sick of the heat like that, man. That is just too hot. If you're in a city and it's hot, then you have the effect of the concrete radiating the heat and storing it throughout the night. You know, it's hard. I worked at an airport and out on the ramp in the middle of summer in Las Vegas, McCarran International. It would be probably 125, 135 out on the ramp. Easy. I mean, that was when I was young. That would probably kill me now. You know? What do you do in Germany?
I have an office job. Like purchasing and some administration stuff.
Oh yeah.
But this country is close to get a second world country. So they are destroying this country from the inside. That's what's going on now.
I think every country is going to be third world eventually, except for maybe one. I don't know which one. That's the question.
Yeah.
I'd rather it that way than go to war. Listen, I'd rather take less, even sacrifice majorly, than to send soldiers to war. You know, come on, man. This whole thing about the war and how we're having to sacrifice for the war. I'd rather sacrifice to avoid a war. Whatever. You probably can sympathize. I was in the army here, in the reserves.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. They teach you how to, maim and murder people. Really good. All kinds of people doing it. So, whatever. I heard a guy can still go to work as a hired gun, as long as he can perform in the field. That means there's guys doing it that are probably 50, 60 years old, doing mercenary shit. Now that is insane. Now you're just doing it for the dough.
Yeah, what's going on in the world is just fucking insane. Completely crazy.
And nobody's innocent. Everybody is sort of guilty in some way or form. Notice that? In some sort of way, there's a connection. If you look at every country and scrutinize it, you'll see some connection to like these wars, these
yeah, this goes on for way longer than we think. This goes on for maybe 120 years,
Yeah, there's money to be made through these wars, but the wars where we just, what do they call it? Sponsor other countries to war on each other. What's that called? Anyhow, that's what it's about. And every country's guilty of selling arms or some technology, war technology to these countries. Yeah. Almost every country, it's like a game we play,
Yeah. For them it's like a chess game. Yeah. They play chess with human beings. That's what
yeah. Well, so these wars, these sponsored wars, there's no honor in them.
Completely fucked up.
There's our military. If let's say some other country was sending us all this money and giving our military weapons to do some stuff, like to attack Mexico. And then Russia's given Mexico a bunch of weapons to protect against us. We're being, I don't know. I'm glad I don't live in a third world country.
And I'm glad that I have most time of my life done. I'm happy that I'm not in my 20s now. I tell you that. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here in 50 years anymore. I'll tell you, man.
Yeah, something's gonna snap, man. Something's got to give eventually, sooner than later. We don't know when, and it could be a natural calamity.
Could be.
It could be. So, but we'll see. In a way, we won't be here, but isn't it? It's no wonder why, when you die, it's time. You've seen so much crap, seeing the same shit over and over again. It becomes so senseless and meaningless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, really? I mean, and you look at things and you see through all the crap right to the core of it usually as you get older. I don't know if that's just because people have lied to you so long. Certain people in the world lie.
I think the problem is that the really rich ones, they getting bored. They have so much money.
Bored.
There's nothing they cannot buy, and then they start doing any crazy shit because they don't know what to do with all the money and all that stuff. You know, and then they start getting control over the freaking world. You know, and telling everybody what you have to do and what you have not to do and all that shit.
So now, as you're older, you think money is the root of all evil. You know that. So, you know, since everybody's out killing each other over the mighty buck, whatever it is, and all you really need is enough to put in your mouth for today, was the ironic part. That's the ironic part. There's probably 90% of the people on the planet are just happy to have enough to put in their tummy for today.
Yeah, many, definitely. Yeah.
You think maybe half, at least?
I don't know.
Lest we forget.
I don't know if
lest we forget. It's a lot. Well, how many people live? But you know, the whole thing is greed, man. And it says right, the first commandment is thou shalt not worship any god before me. That's the first command in the Old Testament. There's 10 commandments. Yeah. So, what does everybody do? They worship money. Everybody. Think about it. You ask someone the most important thing in their life, what will they tell you? Their wife,
money
their
as
dad.
a currency. Money as a currency was definitely not helpful for the world. That's for sure.
It's a big trap, man.
Yeah.
Not to have money is, and now I know why it says, "Blessed are the meek, or you know, the poor, so they'll be rich in spirit." You know, I can understand it now, because money makes you sick in spirit, man. After a while, you become, like you said, bored, greedy. It's like you can never get enough, and then it just sours your stomach, and then it's like eating too much cake. You can only eat so much of it.
That's the shit of the human beings. So that's the attitude, you know. They get greedy. The more they have, the more they want, you know. So.
Instead of seeing how much I can cram down my throat, this life, how can I help other people feed themselves, or people who can't help themselves? Now, that's totally different.
Yeah.
Because now, if you have money, you're going to spend it on those people. Because all the money is good for is helping other people anyway.
Yeah, and you try even more. You rip other people off. They don't have that much, you know. You rip them off.
You know, once you start giving, and you know, and without condition, then you don't get ripped off anymore. Because certain people are always going to take. They're always going to be out there needy people, and you can give to them knowing that you're never going to see a change. Then there's the people that, you know, you give to and it helps them. You know, they're helped. They're really physically, and they're pulled out of a problem spiritually as well, but physically is the deal. You know, they're taken care of, you know, by other people, you know, who don't attach any kind of judgment or conditions to it. You know, you can't, most people, they don't, they're so judgmental. And I know a guy, he thinks homeless people should be rounded up and incarcerated, you know, stuff like that. And he's a Christian.
Can I just say, gentlemen,
professes to be one.
I'm past tide. So I'm going to have to end the stream. I know you all want to hang out, but there's no one.
I can bail. It doesn't matter. I'll come back later.
Yeah,
I'm flexible. Are you running it, Johnny? Johnny, are you running this now? I mean, are you the moderator, or the guy who lets you on backstage and whatnot?
Well, I'm the only one at backstage at the moment, and I've just done a ring around. Everybody else is going to bed, but the whole thing about it is we're going to get stuff. We're working stuff out, and it takes time. And I will say, Emily, g'day. Thanks for coming along. I will say that we appreciate everybody that comes on, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, and the rest in the group. Thank you for your support. Emily, it is global, but it's rebranded to remove the global stigma, because there's a lot of channels out there called global or whatever that don't represent what we represent. So that's why we've done a rebranding. And you blokes, a salt of the earth, we appreciate you. And we're going to do our best to get it really happening like it used to be.
See that.
Get it happening like it used to be. That's our goal. So we've all got a good safe place, and where you can have good conversation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
28,000 left.
Yeah. So on that note, I'm going to say good night to everybody. And once again, from the bottom of my heart and everybody else, thank you for your support of the channel. And we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Johnny. Have a good night, man.
What's going on? Ask the dentist.
All right. Good night,
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
That's a good thing.
I'll talk to you
That's
later.
A good thing. Not
Nice
eating
time.
is a good thing.
It was a nice time. Thanks. I enjoyed it very much.
Good. Good.
I'm going to sign up. Bye-bye.
I'm go.
All right. Bye, guys. I'm out of here. Thanks.